on the business side on the macroeconomic side, and also in terms of business side for banks, with tightening coming up. But we also see advancement on digitalization. We see focus on gender-related strategies, and we see increased focus on climate strategies. So that's the picture that we get, and I would like to invite Thomas and the rest of the panelists to debate this consideration and bring additional elements. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deborah, for this very interesting presentation. And we have a distinguished panel to discuss the results. We are very happy that you have been able to come this afternoon. And let me introduce my panelists, starting from my right, Ijeoma Osolumba, Executive Director and CFO at the Development Bank of Nigeria. We have Dr. James Mwangi, Group Managing Director and CEO at Equity Group Holdings. Dr. Beth Dunford, Vice President for Agriculture, Human and Social Development at African Development Bank. And Admosu Tadesse, President Emeritus and Group Managing Director, Eastern and Southern Africa Trade and Development Bank. I think this panel can really not only answer questions in surveys, but actually try to make us understand what type of issues the banking sector has in front of us. And maybe have a tumultuous period, no doubt about that. We chatted about that just before we came in here. As a banker, it is a dramatic change and a couple of great hits with the COVID, with the war, and with the inflation that we now have and the rising interest rates that really changes a lot of the environment that we operate in. And I would like to just give you a chance to give your take on what this new environment means for your activity. Just a brief round, if we start with you, Ijeoma, if you just describe what does this mean for your operations going forward?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. Thanks for coming. It's been, like you said, a tumultuous 2 years. I think we discussed in the morning, we had COVID, trying to recover from that, and climate, but also conflicts that we see around the region. In specific terms for Nigeria, just being Africa's largest country, and just the sheer volume, the size of the population, just indicates how central it is to the discussion in Africa. But what we saw post-COVID in the last year, just similar to what's happened around the world and around the continent, inflation, cost of food prices with the war in Ukraine, but also the floods that we now see in the last 2 months, and just the devastation that has caused to living conditions, but also looking in the future, the effect that will have on harvest in the next season and livelihood. So looking at, we've talked about them yesterday also in the research, borrowing costs and banks tightening lending activities. Well, I think some of the positive sides also is that as Development Bank of Nigeria, we continue to work with our partners, and even though we saw some tightening overall in the Nigerian economy, we saw loans grow, and in our own specific intervention, we saw loans to small businesses also grow. We looked at, over this week, I think in the World Bank annual meetings, we talked of financial inclusion and how that has also grown quite a bit during this period, looking at digitalization. And so the challenges remain, but I think interventions, we've been able to overcome some of the challenges, and we hope to do more also in the future.
Thank you so much. James, what is your take on what the current tumultuous period means for the operating environment?
Thank you. We are seeing a very volatile and uncertain and operating environment, and as a result, leadership is more focused on understanding evolving environment much more than ever before. I'm seeing us moving more and more to scenario planning as situation evolve very quickly. But I think there is an element of commoditization because things like inflation seems to be cutting across. It's no longer something you can ignore. We're now seeing volatility in interest rates, and we are seeing dynamics where countries are not acting in tandem and disrupting flows because of attractiveness, depending on the response from one country to the other. We're also seeing challenges with dealing with exchange rates because, again, that has been introduced. But beyond the economic crisis that we have to deal with, there are concerns like climate change. How do finance affect climate change? There are issues like social equity and parity. How do you deal with gender? How do you deal with micro and small enterprises? How do you deal with inclusion? How do you deal with equity? So in the basket of finance are many variables than ever before, both the technical variables of running a bank and more of externalities that have become pertinent issues that you can't run away from.
Thank you. Beth, what is your take?
So thank you very much for the question and really for that great presentation. There's so much going on right now in the world, but I think that just to mention, when we're really focused on inclusion, a trend that we really like to see, that we want to make sure that we maintain the momentum to increase access to internet and cell phone penetration. So the past decade, this has played an important role, as you all know, in really narrowing inequality and really contributed to reducing poverty. So this is really important momentum. We have to make sure that it continues. So again, making it possible to extend financial services to millions, and many of them are women. In 2020, 1.2 billion have been registered for mobile money, and more than half of those people are in Africa. So this is just a huge amount of inclusion that we want to make sure that this momentum continues. Now, another trend in this really challenging time is that we're seeing governments are looking to increase their domestic revenue. They have a lot to deal with, a lot of expenses. And we know that they're looking often to broaden their tax bases, increase their rates, and we have to really think about how this impacts financial inclusion, especially for women. So we know that women are often in the informal sector where it's harder to get money, and part of this difficulty in jumping to the formal sector is really sort of a lack of understanding and resistance to taxes. And of course, a lot of people don't like taxes, but I think that we just have to think about, do women have sort of the knowledge that they need to actually be able to understand, and negotiate the taxes that are being charged to them. So this is something I think we just really need to think about as the way governments really engage in revenue collection. It might be difficult for women to enter the formal sector. And I think that, as digitization is increasing, that provides more opportunities for women and other groups to get the information they need to engage in revenue collection streams. Another point, another trend that we know is really, really important is to making sure that there's space for the private sector as the government really turns to domestic markets to increase their access to finance and credit. International markets are tightening, and governments are looking domestically for credit. So I think that what that does is, of course, increases competition and prices, which makes it more difficult for private sector and can risk really crowding them out. We have to recognize that, when really governments are looking for revenue generation, that the private sector is the engine of growth for them going forward, and we have to make sure that there's space for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Admaso, how do you navigate in this environment?
Well, Thomas, my colleagues have adequately highlighted the issue of the mounting pressures we've seen on prices. We came into 2022 fairly auspiciously because we had realized that Africa was much more resilient than was thought. And of course, growth was looking good without stimuluses. Africa never had big stimuluses, but still we found a way to bounce back. And just as things were looking good, of course, new shocks came online. And these new shocks are now creating much deeper pressures because it's coming on multiple fronts. And now, of course, the financing costs are going through the roof. We saw the food crisis, of course, building up. So on the whole, I think what needs to really be done now is a refocusing on supply-side measures, because I think whether it was the COVID shock or the new shocks coming from the war in Ukraine, we have serious supply-side problems, right? That's what's driving inflation, that's what's driving food insecurity, energy insecurity on all fronts. And for me, I see maybe an opportunity for us to take advantage of this new, impetus around dealing with climate change, to pair that up with agricultural sector development and climate resilient infrastructure in the transport area, but also agricultural infrastructure. And I think there's some smart ways in which, we can take some actions to boost some of these interventions, because if you just look at the area of food losses, it's not obvious to everybody, but one thing that was highlighted recently was how food losses represent 8% of greenhouse gas emissions. So if we were just to invest in agriculture by getting storage, cold chains in place, just to stem the loss issue, that would be a huge contribution to addressing climate change. Yet it would also support food security and of course deal with the issue of Africa importing so much food when it shouldn't. And of course that, as we know, exacerbates the Forex problem that we have now with the triple F crisis. So I mean, it's a very difficult, the environment around us, but I see opportunity. And I think this is where, Finance in Common Summit, PDBs like us, we can really find a way to redouble efforts on productive sectors that will help unlock the supply chain issues. We've always been focused on agriculture in Africa. The African Development Bank has always been passionate on that. We have the Vice President here. I think this is an opportunity to just redouble efforts, and we can hit multiple birds with one stone.
Thank you so much. It's very clear from all four of you that we have multiple challenges, a very difficult environment, but you point also to some of the opportunities that arises in this situation. And I think Deborah also showed that in her presentation, that we are making progress on some key areas of policy importance, such as gender finance, green lending, increased digitization, even during this period. And I think that says something about the strength in the sector. Ijeoma, if I turn to you again, at the research event yesterday on the special role that the development banks can play in the financial system, one of the key findings was that the effectiveness of these institutions in fulfilling their duties and mandates is closely linked to good governance and independence. Could you give us your thoughts and experience on that?
Thank you. The research that was done yesterday really resonated with me as Development Bank of Nigeria, and to thank the African Development Bank, the European Investment Bank, and the AFD as well, but also the other partners that we have, KfW and World Bank. They come together to build a really credible organization. It's still young, it's just 5 years old, but governance has been at the central of how it was put together, just to insulate it from political interference. For instance, it was registered as a PLC, so it wasn't created by an act of parliament. So it's subject to the same rules as any public liability company, providing periodic returns to the SEC, but also regulated by the central bank. Another interesting thing is that the board is predominantly independent, so there's a predominance of independent directors on the board, and the management is selected, not appointed, so it's done in a market way, so international recruiting consulting firms recruit the board, both the independent board as well as management. But also the composition of the board with the development partners also being on the board. The African Development Bank is on the board, the EIB as well, as shareholders of the institution, and with the World Bank also having an observer status. So, and there is a lot of transparency and periodic information that we provide quarterly to all the development partners to see. So it's been a very successful model in putting that together by the development partners and ensuring that, for instance, lending decisions are not made by the government. There is no political interference. The board is the highest decision-making body, and does so in an independent fashion. And I think that has helped us to, over the last 5 years, create loans of over $1 billion to over 250,000 small businesses, predominantly women, 66% women, but also now focusing on how do we scale that, and how do we build on this model, and how do we continue to be a role model in Africa. We've had, based on our success, the Development Bank of Ghana is also being set up, but we've also had different organizations come from Africa, but also from the former Soviet blocs to understudy the DBN model. I think it's been a good journey so far, but like you said, and we discussed yesterday as well, governance is central to building out a public development bank, and this can be a test case and a role model for future in this area, and also a good instrument for continuing to catalyze additional funding to continue to make the impact that we do in Nigeria.
Thank you for that. Certainly a very important role model in also getting efficiency in operations via good governance. James, one of the main concerns we heard from Deborah in the survey for banks is the cost of local currency funding. We have the environment where central banks are increasing interest rates, they are stopping bond purchases, and borrowing becomes more expensive all over the globe. At the same time, bankers like to have some net interest rate margins, and in the very low for longer environment we were, that was put some pressure on that. What do you see ahead of you now in this sort of conundrum of rising borrowing cost, but also maybe possibilities of having a little bit higher margins and thereby a development that would be favorable? It would be interesting to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it is true that the central banks have acted to set the signaling effect at the time of rising interest rates are with us, and we are seeing repeatedly, most of them following the US Fed increasing by 0.75, so 75 basis points almost monthly. And as a result, just to ensure that economies protect themselves from flows, they have followed suit. And essentially, central banks, because of sovereign debt or bonds and bills that they issue, they compete with the commercial banks. So it means that the liability side is completely priced as we speak, because we are all competing in the same marketplace, and depositors always seek to optimize on their return. The challenge comes when it comes to deal with the asset side, repricing the loan book so as to protect the margins. And then you suddenly realize that it's not as simplistic as passing of the increase in cost of funds to the borrowers on account of many factors. The first one is legal frameworks. For instance, in Kenya, there was interest capping until recently, and all loans, when the interest capping was removed, all loans that were issued during the interest capping have fixed interest until the end of their term. So there's nothing you can do to that loan book. You can't pass the additional cost. The second one is bearing in mind the risk of default and cost of risk. And you have really to choose whether you want increased interest rate at the risk of increased cost of risk, or you want to avoid the cost of risk and maintain. And simply, this situation is compounded by the fact that inflation, and we are seeing on average, global inflation is up by 10 percentage points. It's like everybody has been taxed 10% of their net worth. So essentially, the disposable income to pay loans have been reduced by 10% of the disposable income. And that really puts you in an awkward situation, because when you were evaluating a borrower, you evaluated based on the ability to pay. And that ability has been reduced by percent of the entire income. That really brings a huge constraint of consideration. And then, of course, you also consider if you had adopted an inclusive approach, for instance, gender, youth, whether they have the capacity to pass that cost themselves. If they have no ability to pass that cost, sometimes you are better off taking the cost. Otherwise, you take the cost of risk as they default. So those are the balls that we have in the air that we're juggling with. But ideally, if it is going to be long term, for sustainability reasons, then we'll start find ways and means of repricing new loans, that naturally the new loans will be repriced. But however, the biggest challenge of this interest change by central bank is repricing the fixed income portfolio, particularly government bonds. So what we have now is yields on the previous stock has gone up, and as a result, mark to market is the bigger challenge that we are dealing with.
Thank you. Beth, you mentioned finance for women entrepreneurs as one important issue, and we see in the survey an increase in the share of banks that have sort of gender strategies. And there are also some evidence pointing to that female-led firms also in practice show a lower rate of non-performing loans. Do you recognize that from your own work, and where do you see the main obstacles going forward now to continue this promising development that we've seen?
Well, great. That was a very interesting finding, and I think that most of us who work in this area are not surprised. But just to back up just a little bit, we know that have access to credit, only 23%, right? And this is really this exists even though, despite significant gender-based discrimination, Sub-Saharan Africa has the highest percentage of women entrepreneurs in the world. It's 26% of women in Sub-Saharan Africa. I think at AFDB, we're really looking at sort of how do we remove this contradiction in the banking sector that is not lending to this sector that is so prevalent and again is seen to be reliable. So we know that banks perceive women businesses as risky investments. And that doesn't appear to be true. So I think that, are we mitigating risk with some of the work that we're doing, or are we mitigating bias, which is actually what I think we're doing? And financial institutions continue really to put out that really don't serve and respond to the needs of women entrepreneurs. So working to change this mindset obviously is key. So at the African Development Bank, first we looked at our own selves, what we're doing within the African Development Bank. And on our gender strategy, we're really looking to emphasize women's economic empowerment across everything that we do. Every operation of the bank, this is a key emphasis, and really recognizing that women's empowerment is really key to delivering on growth for Africa. So that's internally. Externally, we have the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, which is really seeking to bridge the $42 billion gap in financing for women-owned enterprises in Africa. So AFAWA, as we like to call it, has 3 prongs. The first is to increase women's access to finance. So it's through credit guarantees to mitigate the risk or mitigate the bias, I think as we'd like to say, risk of providing loans to women entrepreneurs. Second is providing technical assistance to women to help them enter the formalized sector where it can be easier for them to access finance. So we're working to make women bankable. So second, we're looking at providing advisory services to financial institutions to really enhance their understanding of what women businesses need so they can develop the products that will be suitable to women entrepreneurship. So really we're working to make banks womenable here. The third prong is really working working on the enabling environment that really allow women enterprises to thrive. This is policy dialogue with African governments, working on legal and policy reforms that are really, really critical. Just in closing, I just want to tell a quick story about Christine Ngiri, a Rwandan that I met last month, actually. And she went to financial institution after financial institution. Can I have a loan? No, 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 no. And so finally she was with one loan officer at a bank who was a man. And the man said to her, you're never going to get a loan. You don't have any collateral. And they said to her, but you're pretty, you should get a husband. So what Christy told us is right then and there, she had an idea for her business, which was to provide financial advisory services to women so no woman would have to suffer the humiliation that she felt and be told again that her dream was not achievable. So again, we're proud that she's one of ours at AFAWA and that we provided her an enabler loan to expand her business, to really reach more women, to help them gain the skills and the tools they need to enter the formal financial sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth, for that. It's very important to hear these type of stories to get an illustration of what really can be done. At Masso, as you saw in the survey, it looks pretty positive when we ask banks on their expansion plans this year compared to last year. But on the other hand, the survey was done from, say, April to June. So, of course, the first effects had been visible, but since then we have even deeper challenges in front of us. Is this a game changer? Do you believe in that result, that the expansion plans still are there? Or what do you see ahead of us?
The report, I think, picks up all the observations that many of us have also been seeing in the marketplace. I think after the the crisis, banks had been focusing on very tight portfolio management, but also being very accommodative, also being very thoughtful on debt management. And as we came out of the COVID crisis, there started to be a relaxation. So, of course, expansion was the order of the day. Underwriting standards were a little bit less defensive. So it was all looking like risk was on. And it has been on, but I think there's been a lot of changes in the lending environment, as we heard from James. Cost of funding clearly is so much higher across all currencies. Already in the African context, local currency cost of funding has always been much, much more higher than hard currency costs. And now both have gone through the roof. And of course, this creates headwinds because you don't have as many borrowers coming through in the same way as there have been in the past. And at the same time, you've had an unintended diversion of credit to the public sector because the public sector has, of course, stepped into credit markets in order to plug gaps where essential commodities are concerned. The markets all of a sudden are being really pressured in terms of access to Forex. I think Africa's biggest problem is we just import too much, right? I mean, if you have to import your food, you have to import your fuel, you have to import equipment, you have to, well, what are you not importing? And when you look at exports, it's really a very, very bad balance, right? And so balance of payments are in very difficult circumstances. And I think, you know, what it really does is it just reinforces again, you know, the imperative for us to get the productive side of the African economy going. First and foremost, I think food has to be the priority that we all emphasize and re-emphasize because that's survival, right? But apart from that, I think when you look at the need for some level of stimulus in other economic zones of the world, for instance in Europe, you know, Europe needs growth, needs some stimulation. I think there could be a very interesting connection between, you know, Africa being a very good source of demand for equipment, technology, and industrial goods out of Europe that can come in and boost agribusiness in Africa, boost resilient infrastructure. It could be a very nice tie-up, but I think we just need to find a way to connect the dots because when everybody pulls back, you end up with you know, continued stress, right? We're not unlocking the opportunities.
That's really true, and I think there is so much that we could do to strengthen the European-African type of cooperation in so many fields: energy, agriculture, advanced technology, IT. All of this are possibilities for all of us. We just have now a couple of minutes left. I would like you to you can get the chance of reacting to other things that you've heard here today, except for the questions that I have posed to you. So, Ijeoma, if you just get a minute, what would you like to say to the audience?
I think something that resonated with me that we talked about yesterday also in the research is this idea of integration in Africa financial markets with the rest of the world and how this is improving, but really it's on the back of liabilities rather than assets. So I think it reemphasizes the fact that we borrow too much and don't create a lot of assets to reinvest. I think this is where public development banks and the multilateral banks also. The exchange rate crisis in African countries is also something that resonated with me, and the fact that there was a recent study that was done that showed the stress in different countries and pointed to a number of countries where we kind of expect in the next few months kind of like an imminent debt default. That's very scary, and I think this is also a place where the multilaterals and the public development banks can come in and play a role.
really important points. James, if you have a chance to reflect some final words.
I think as a leadership team, we have not been here before. We have not had the experience that we are going through. Maybe working together, learning from each other, collaborating and cooperating may see us through the turbulence and volatility together.
Thank you, James. And Beth, for the African Development Bank, I think you have a very important period ahead of you in this operating environment. What do you see as possibilities here?
Thanks. I wanted to go back to the issue of Forex, right? Of course, that's a very, very big subject. But when you're talking about sort of, you know, you're importing all of these things, what are you not importing? I think let's go back to like basics like food, basic staple crops. This crisis has really shown us sort of the fragility and the danger of depending on imports to meet basic food needs. Of course, this is hitting poor people very, very hard who spend already a huge amount of their income on food. This is very difficult for countries who are spending their precious forex on importing food. And, you know, Africa, 65% of the arable land in the world is in Africa. So again, Africa has the means and the possibility to dramatically increase its production. The tools and technologies for climate adaptive technologies for agriculture exist where they didn't maybe 20 years ago. So, you know, let's use this crisis as a forcing event to really get these technologies out to farmers at scale to dramatically increase production here in Africa. Really, in the next couple of agricultural seasons, we've seen Ethiopia do it in the matter of 2 to 3 years to really become self-sufficient in wheat. And we've launched the African Emergency Food Production Facility, which is really focusing right now in the next few seasons to get these inputs out to farmers, to use this as a way to do what we've tried to do for 20 years, which is scale these technologies to farmers to produce more here on the continent. I think it's an important moment that we need to seize.
Thanks. Admas, so let us tap into your thinking once more. Please, you have the floor for a final comment.
Just 2 quick points. I think we have a very good idea of what needs to be done. I think what's missing is the incentives to get all the different role players to actually step up and do what needs to be done. I think we don't lack the knowledge. I think what we lack is designing adequate incentives to get everybody to get up and move. And so that's the one point. And I think incentives need to be designed from both the public and the private sector side. I think also we need to think, apart from incentives, we need to think of protection. What do I mean by protection? During the COVID crisis, everybody said, let's protect enterprises because we don't want permanent damage to businesses because it takes decades to build up good businesses that are, of course, job creators. Now I think we need to start thinking of how do we protect financial institutions from being broken in this financial crisis time. Because with so many of the pressures mounting, I think there's a risk that there's going to be systemic problems on the debt side. And I think if we're not proactive enough to take that into account very early, we're going to miss the boat. I think the IMF has done an outstanding job. I'm a huge fan of what Kristalina has done there with the SDRs. But we need to make sure that the SDRs flow, because that is what is needed. I mean, it's not, of course, the panacea, but it's a huge huge injection in the arm. But if it doesn't flow, if it's kind of not moving, it's a lost opportunity. And I think protecting the financial sector, Africa has made huge strides in building a robust banking sector. Our banking world has come out of crisis over the 80s and 90s, and we're so proud of what we built. But now there's all these headstorms ahead of us, and if we're not careful, we're going to have permanent damage, and it's going to take us decades to rebuild again. EIB has been a strong supporter of our banking sector, but I think we really need much stronger efforts here to ensure that even sovereigns don't get permanently damaged. Ratings agencies, of course, have been downgrading so many of the sovereigns in the period of the COVID era, but it's going to get worse now with all these other pressures coming on the back of it. And if we're not careful, we're going to make it very difficult for private finance to flow into emerging markets and frontier markets. So I think we need champions. And I really would like to just highlight that the world has demonstrated what can be done when there's will. We saw it during COVID with the vaccines. We saw it during the Ukraine war. amazing amounts of resolve coming through and huge resources being made available. I think we can do it. It's just a political will, and I hope the leadership out there can make it happen.
Thank you so much. I am a former board member of the International Monetary Fund, so when you start the SDR discussion, I think we should arrange a new panel immediately after this to go into depth into that issue also, because it is interesting and very important. Thanks a lot. We could continue for a while, but there's a big screen here in front of us that says time out. So that means that we have to say thank you very much. Thanks to Deborah for doing the research and the presentation here today. That gave a good solid base for our discussion. And thanks to the panel for letting us tap into your wisdom and your experience. I think you really made life of the figures to understand the challenges of the banks today. So thank you very much to the audience, those of you who are here and those who are connected on the net. See you again soon. Thank you.
Thanks to the panel and thanks to you, Thomas, for this wonderful moderation. It is now time for a short transition. I invite you to stay in the room. Je vous invite à rester dans la salle parce que nous allons mettre quelques minutes de pause avant de reprendre une nouvelle session. High level panel.
We're going to stop a few minutes before starting the next high-level panel. And in the meantime, share your comments with the hashtag FinanceInCommon2022. Thank you.
La troisième édition du
A third edition of the Finance Common Summit is taking place in Abidjan, in hallmark of Abidjan, Hotel Ivoire. Well, we've got various panels, different panels. And the next panel is Building Green and Quality Infrastructure for Sustainable Impact.
This is Laura Sabogara Reyes, Policy Advisor for Sustainable Finance at E3G. Please, you can start now.
Thanks a lot. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. I'm delighted to be here on behalf of E3G with a distinguished set of panelists to discuss a very important topic on the road to net zero. Infrastructure is a key driver of economic prosperity as it facilitates the creation of jobs, facilitates trade, amongst many other positive spillover effects. Furthermore, infrastructure enables access to the basic needs we all rely on, namely energy, safe drinking water, education, health. The list is endless, both for urban and rural areas. However, these days, it is not enough for infrastructure assets to provide access to the services I just mentioned. In the face of the climate crisis, we need infrastructure to be resilient to the damages caused by natural disasters. We also need it to be inclusive, accessible, broadly available, and beneficial to all. On top of that, it should also be economically efficient and support sustainable development. In a nutshell, quality infrastructure really lies at the heart of the SDGs. Without it, we won't achieve any of them. However, because transformational and high development impact infrastructure projects are expensive, there is a tendency to trade off quality, environmental impacts, and development goals. This is especially true in the polycrisis scenario we're living, in the face of the COVID-19 crisis, the recent developments of the war in Ukraine, inflation, as well as global food and energy security. This trade-off comes at the expense of sustainability in the long term, generating higher maintenance costs and other negative externalities that I won't bore you with right now for the sake of time. As such, and against this background, it has become ever clearer the importance of mainstreaming green and quality principles in infrastructure projects, thereby enabling investment in assets that are efficient, sustainable, resilient to climate change, and that can ensure a minimum of self-sufficiency in energy, agriculture, transport, health, and pharmaceutical capacities. I am delighted to be here and to have the opportunity of discussing this key issue with our highly distinguished panelists. Today, they will share with us their first-hand insights of the challenges that the planning and financing common of green and quality infrastructure poses. So allow me to introduce them. Today, here with us, we have, albeit virtually, Marie-Hélène Loison, Deputy CEO of the French Development Agency. Here in the room at my right, we have Dr. Megumi Moto, Vice President of the Japan International Cooperation Agency. We also have Mr. Mike Salowu, Infrastructure Urban Development Acting Director from the African Development Bank. We have Alice Hueza, Africa Regional Director of the WWF, and Carlos San Basilio, Managing Director, Corporate Strategy of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD. So let me kick off this discussion by raising a question to each of our panelists as a first brief intervention, which will be then followed by a moderated discussion. Let me start with our panelists, joining us all the way from Paris, Marie-Hélène Loison. I would like to know what are the main challenges for public infrastructure met by AFD, and what are the tools that you have developed to address this? Marie-Hélène, the floor is yours.
Everyone in Abidjan, very pleased to be with you from Paris, and I hope that the start of the forum was interesting. First of all, just a few words to tell you that obviously green and quality infrastructure is at the heart of what the AFD group is doing. So each year we dedicate around 7 to 8 billion euro for infrastructures through projects, credit lines, development policy loans, and expertise. And these projects have positive climate impacts. More than 80% of them actually have positive climate impacts. For all the reasons, Laura, that you just mentioned, there is an urgency to increase investments in infrastructures, considering that they have a wide range benefits that you just mentioned. And knowing this, we could support infrastructures and hope or take it for granted that they will contribute to SDGs. But obviously, as public development banks, we have to go further and in fact ensure that we support our partners in designing and implementing green and quality infrastructures. I would like maybe to mention three challenges that we are working on. The first one is when we speak about green and quality infrastructure. For us, it means that these projects should have positive impact on people, on planet, and on institutions. And we have to look at all these aspects together. Obviously, we all dedicate a lot of effort and resources to the energy transition. Adaptation is also high in the agenda, especially, but not only in vulnerable countries, and also protecting biodiversity. These will be very hot topics during the COP27. And these aspects are integrated in all the infra projects that we support and finance. But however, we strongly believe that we will not be able to achieve our planet agenda if it does not meet the people agenda. And this is really the idea behind the Just Energy Transition that was signed with South Africa last year in Glasgow. So how can governments and financing partners make sure that the transition will not increase inequalities, but on the contrary, create new job opportunities, encourage innovation, and reinforce social cohesion? I would like also to stress that we pay special attention to gender inequalities as infrastructure projects, especially transportation or water projects, for example, can have huge benefits for women if properly designed. And finally, we strongly believe that infrastructure development is also an opportunity to strengthen the efficiency and transparency of institutions, especially with regards to procurement, fight against corruption, and so forth. So this is really the first challenge and really strong point of attention for us, is to integrate all these aspects in the infrastructure projects on which we work. The second challenge relates to basically the need to define clear and consistent public policies and have good institutions to implement them. So we work through policy dialogue and public policy loans to support governments and local authorities in the development or revision of their public policies or regulations. And this is really the starting point for us to support institutional reforms that will promote green infrastructure or revision of water tariffs or sustainable urban mobility plans and so forth. So there is no point for us working on specific infrastructure projects if the institutional framework and the sector policies are not right. So for this reason, last year, public policy loans accounted for almost 20% of our financing in favor of infrastructure. This also allows us to make the link between policies and projects, basically making sure that each project is consistent with national policies. And this is, of course, especially relevant when it relates to NDCs defined to implement the Paris Agreement. So we thoroughly assess with our partners the alignment of each project with the country's NDC. And we also support the definition of public policies and investment programs that are needed to implement NDCs. And finally, we also pay special attention to reinforcing the financial and technical capacity of public actors to perform their missions, because we see that as a key condition to ensure the sustainability of projects. We do this through the provision of experts, training, and exchange of experience, in particular through our subsidiary Expertise France, whose mandate is to provide French public expertise to support specific reforms and encourage peer-to-peer dialogue. So the point is really, it's not only a matter of financing physical assets, but also of setting the policies right and of improving institutional capacities. And last, a challenge which is also key is project preparation, which is a critical phase, and for which we dedicate significant resources to ensure there is adequate preparation, both in terms of technical design, procurement, financing plan, operation maintenance, and so forth. So just to give you an example, AFD contributed to the Cities and Climate in Sub-Saharan Africa facility, which is a 12 million euro French, Swiss, and EU initiative aiming at preparing low carbon and resilient urban development projects in Africa. And this facility is now supporting 29 cities and has already helped to mobilize financing from AFD, but also other sources for investments amounting to around 500 million euro.
Thanks a lot, Marilyn. Indeed, it's very important to empower countries to actually be able to take ownership of all of those, that contribution that all the different banks provide to them, and to scale those initiatives and transform the sectors. I would then like to ask Dr. Megumi. JICA has been very active in advocating for quality and green infrastructure projects in developing countries. I would like to ask you why and how has this taken place? Has this call for higher quality infrastructure been successful or not?
Thank you very much. My name is Megumi Muto from JICA. I'm very honored to be on this panel. I think on the important aspects of quality infrastructure, Marie-Hélène has already outlined the main points. So I will summarize with my own word, which is transformative, which means infra projects that are best in catalyzing transformation for governments, local governments, people, and the private sector. And it is because of this transformational aspects that we witness in supporting infrastructure, we cannot help but continue supporting infrastructure. It's so satisfying. I will bring a case from Asia, which is an example of climate adaptation and disaster risk reduction in Metro Manila. With so many floods happening in many regions, I think adaptation and disaster risk reduction is something that is urgent, and let me share this experience. In Metro Manila, where there is a complicated system of rivers, at the first stage, we supported one just very simple, long waterway to detour water in the natural environment. So at the very beginning, it was a very simple, I should say, nature-based solution. But because of the massive urbanization, population explosion, and everything, we needed to protect the people by going into hard structures, dikes, from downstream to upstream. And through that process, the government started building capacities, flood engineering, flood engineers, and also policies, and the local government started doing relocation with human face. That was the second stage. And then the third stage came. The national government started to really think about climate adaptation, putting a lot of science in the design of infrastructure. And then the local government started to think about their disaster risk reduction plans. So the relocation of people became not like a social cost, but really an ex-ante behavior to protect the people. And then in 2020, Typhoon Ulysses came. It was almost like a super typhoon that hit the Metro Manila directly. And the result was the flood structures could mitigate 85% of the economic loss. And then the decrease of the people, affected people, from potentially 1 million to 0.03 million. So the result was there. But I think we have to think about the decades that took to come to this. And then we are working on the fourth stage. The Philippines government, they increased their budget size, and they are expanding their flood control projects in other regions. And then the other thing is with the cooperation with the insurance sector, the Department of Finance is starting to insure public assets, and we are helping that with technical assistance. So all in all, what I wanted to underscore in this message is transformation is key. Choose the projects that transform and inspire others. That will be the key lesson from JICA projects. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Megumi. And you touch upon a topic that I already referred to in my opening remarks, and that also Marie-Hélène brought up, and that is the acute need for adaptation and the acute need for collaboration between the private, the public, and all sorts of sectors in society. With this, I would like to raise a question to Mike. The African Development Bank is the premier African financier. As such, it plays an enormous role in the region. I would like to ask you, how is the AFDB supporting its regional member countries in facilitating this necessary regional integration to foster exchange of lessons learned, whilst also promoting trade and private sector participation, whilst mainstreaming green and quality consideration? Mike.
Thank you very much, Program Director and dear panelists and participants. You're absolutely right. Africa is a massive continent which geographically demands that you have a regional interconnected infrastructure. So I think the African Union, based in Addis Ababa, has given us a blueprint that the African Development Bank support, and that's what we call Agenda 2063. The Agenda 2063 has a series, I think, about 9 flagship projects. One of them, to address the issue of infrastructure and regional integration together, is PIDA. PIDA stands for Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, which is a strategic framework that identifies about 69 priority projects in infrastructure, transport, energy, water, and ICT to address Africa's infrastructure bottleneck. So the African Development Bank, due to its position as a premier institution, has led the preparation of that program. And that program, as we're speaking, the bank committed about $20 billion since 2012 to support the PIDA program. Now we are moved from PIDA 1 to PIDA 2. PIDA 2 still have 69 projects, about 163 billion in terms of capex and project preparation and also maintenance. That's a huge amount of money. If you look at the flow of money that goes to Africa in terms of infrastructure, according to our record, it's about 100 billion per year. So you can see the gap of financing that you need to actually mobilize, and that's where I think the Finance in Common platform like this actually is very important to mobilize. So what we've been doing is to support the planning exercise. So we do joint planning, continental planning through the PIDA. We also help to do the project preparation. And for that, the African Development Bank has put in place platform for project preparation. NEPAD IPPF is one of them that we manage at the bank, which focuses on preparing bankable projects. And I think my colleague from Agence Française de Développement has highlighted this constraint that we have on the continent. That's critical, and I'm happy to discuss that further. The second aspect we also do is once we have this project prepared, we need to de-risk them. So we have a series of de-risking instruments at the African Development Bank, as guaranteed product, partial credit guarantee or PRGs, and we also have credit enhancement program to actually unlock private sector opportunity into this project, because government alone cannot finance this project. These are billions in terms of investment, and the fiscal cannot make it. So we need to crowd in private sector. So that's another role that African Development Bank plays very well by catalyzing private sector investment, by putting into, at the disposal this kind of instrument to catalyze. But once we do that, of course, the African Development Bank has the sector expertise, strong dialogue with the countries, and also have a convening power to also convey in terms of partners, JICA, AFD, EBRD, EIB, and all the World Bank. We can convey them to rally around this kind of program, because this is a massive program that will unlock integration. So that's how we support integration, by putting regional connectivity at the heart of our planning. That's not enough. We still need to have the soft element of infrastructure. That's trade facilitation. So in terms of trade facilitation, the bank has been at the forefront with, I think, with JICA here, to promote what we call one-stop border post. One-stop border post is a great, instrument to actually facilitate cross-border trading and cross-border connectivity by facilitating cross-border. Because that's one of the bottlenecks. You can put infrastructure in place. You can build a railway from here to Morocco. But if each time you need to cross a border, you need to stop the train, okay, check, spend 5 days at the border with trucks and everything, then you're not realizing the benefit of regional connectivity. And I think that's very important, the soft element that we play. So these are some of the things that the African Development Bank does to actually promote regional integration and also trade finance. You cannot talk about regional integration without talking about trade. Africa intra-trade is still very low. We talk about 15% globally, although per region, this is different, right? Some regions are much more advanced in terms of intra-African trade, but our role as the African Development Bank is to facilitate intra-African trade, and we do that through a series of instruments. One of them is trade finance. We put about almost $2 billion into trade finance to support about 1,900 transactions to support trade, of which we have roughly about 30% of that amount to promote intra-African trade. We do trade with the world, but we need to enhance intra-African trade, and that's where the African Free Trade, Continental Free Trade Agreement is actually critical, and we need to support that by putting the right infrastructure, the right policy environment, and the right capacity in our countries in terms of production capacity to actually leverage that kind of agreement. And that's what I can respond for now, but I'm willing to come back again with more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Indeed, and I think that it is worth highlighting the need for cooperation and collaboration, and this is exactly what we're doing. We're exchanging, we're learning from one another, and this is particularly relevant because each region has its own challenges, but there's always something to be learned. Let's move on to allies. Much has already been said yesterday during the research conference, and right now it was also hinted at. It's a related issue, adaptation, about how there is an urgent need to tackle the so-denominated twin crisis of climate change and biodiversity. As such, I want to ask you, in your opinion, why is this so important, and what are the adequate means to take into consideration biodiversity, climate, and environmental risks when designing transformative infrastructure projects? Alice.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. We had, as you just said, rightly said, everybody's talking about the triple risk, right? The CCC. And we know that in order to resolve those issues, we're going to have to increase our ambition. We're going to have to invest. And I think the bank has just talked about a lot of 20 billion, 160 billion being invested and to deal with these crises. But given the long-term nature of infrastructure projects, it means that we need to take into consideration the environmental, economic, and social issues when we design them. So together with the bank years ago, WWF, we did something called the Africa Ecological Footprint, because we realized at the time that there was a lot of investment starting to come in and planning to come in, but then we needed to think about what that will look like, especially given that we want these economic aspirations. What does that mean for nature? Which parts of our nature do we want to keep, and which ones are going to be impacted? And we produced the Africa Ecological Footprint, and later we also worked on the Africa Ecological Futures report, and the futures allowed us to draw scenarios that said, okay, in the event that there's going to be more roads here, this is how they are going to affect forests, and this is the mitigation plan. So there are 3 reasons why this is extremely important. First and foremost is that most of the infrastructure in Africa overlaps with areas of high biodiversity. So it's either going to be oil exploration, the East Africa oil pipeline in the Murchison Falls National Park. That is a premier park in Uganda, which is important for wildlife. But of course, oil is important too because of jobs and the economic opportunities. So we need to know that there has to be a way to mitigate that. So that becomes very important for us. So we need to do a risk assessment. but we also have to have a mitigation plan. And first, do no harm to nature and to people. The second one, of course, is that infrastructure projects themselves face environmental risks. They have serious risks: financial, the risk of losing. If you don't design it properly, it can fall up. There's also reputational risks. If you go ahead and invest in a mine and everything else, there's always this reputation. Your reputation will be bad. And we've seen many examples of that. But the third one also is that the financial risks due to failure to manage those risks are also there. Because then if you go ahead and not invest, in fact, I think there's a study I saw that shows that 200 projects, of the 200 projects that faced environmental and social related conflicts, 36 were cancelled, 116 faced cost overruns, and 162 projects faced delays. So clearly, if you do not take into consideration these environmental and social risks at the beginning, it's bad for your reputation. It can be bad for money as well. I'll stop there for now.
Indeed. And I think we're already picking up on some takeaways from this discussion, although we're not yet over, and that is the need for a holistic approach. It's not only about financing, it's also about the people perspective, it's also about the policy framework and the analysis that needs to go into the appraisal process of any project that banks approve. Now I would like to move to Carlos. Carlos, I'm very curious about how EBRD, as a global MDB, is leveraging it on its European anchor and global exposure to expand the green agenda.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura, and thank you to FIX for inviting us to this event. And well, I would say that EBRD started indeed as its operations in Europe, but has been expanding it way beyond, to the east, to Central Asia, all the way to Mongolia, to the south, around the Mediterranean, including the Northern Africa. But across all these region of operations, we have kept the common principle in terms of pushing the green agenda as one of the top priorities in what we do. So we are applying the same policy across all our countries of operations, of course, and to push for the green agenda, as you were asking for, Laura, we need two things: the right people and the right processes, because we want to make sure that in every activity we do, green is at the forefront. Whether it is investment, whether it is policy advice, or whether it is capacity building. In terms of investment, for instance, it's not only that it's incorporated in every project we invest in, but also that we have assigned some specific targets to green when working in our region of operations. For instance, we have a target which is that by the end of this year, all our portfolio has to be compliant with Paris alignment principles. Also that by 2025, at least 50% of our investment has to be in the green space. And I have to say that we've been delivering well on track, and last year we were also at 50%. This year we may deviate a bit because of the impact that the war in Ukraine is having, but we're going to be very close. But it's not just about investment. There is something also relevant, very relevant, that was mentioned by some of my predecessors, like Marie-Hélène, which is policy. In terms of the policy advice we give to the governments we work and to the sub-sovereigns we work with, green is now at the top of the priority. So we work very closely with them in the development, in the design and implementation of the long-term strategies, also on the national determined contributions, NDCs, because it's important that you make these two processes go together, the investment and the design of the policy. So every investment is part of a broader plan. So here is where we think there is more room to go. Also here in Africa, but across the world, we think that the development of LTS and NDCs still has a way to go, and we hope that in COP27 we can give another push, and I think that MDBs can have a big role to play here. The same as on capacity building, in working with the private sector, in the local communities, to make sure that they develop also the right policies and the right investments to be aligned with the green agenda. And what's the outcome? In our case, for EBRD, the outcome has been quite positive, but with one significant caveat. It's positive because we have mobilized, we have invested against our own portfolio a significant amount of funds, close to 6 billion annually last year and this year. We have mobilized on top of that some additional 18 billion euros, so that's significant. But the caveat is that it's mostly on mitigation. So where we are finding difficulties is to find bankable projects in the private sector on adaptation. And this is still an open issue where for us and other MDBs there's a lot of improvement. The last comment from my side is that for us to deliver in the sustainable infrastructure arena, it is very important that we come with high standards in terms of environment, integrity, gender, you name it. But it's also very important that we, as investors, come with the efficiency tools to allow for a quick delivery. And to achieve that, nothing more important than coordination among MDBs. Thank you, Laura.
Thanks a lot, Carlos. And indeed, I think one of the recurring points that all of you have raised is the need to involve the private sector to crowd in that investment to scale up. So let me go back to Marie-Hélène. Marie-Hélène, what are those tools developed by AFD Group that have helped you mobilize the private sector to achieve this investment that we need for sustainable infrastructure development?
Yes, we all know that public investment will not be sufficient to finance the infrastructures needed to achieve the SDGs. So I will just mention 3 ways through which we work to mobilize the private sector for green and quality infrastructure. The first one, well, we have mentioned it already, but it's basically the need for clear policies and strong public institutions. They're key for public investments, but they're crucial for private investment. And in countries where tariff paid to IPPs are low or legal contractual arrangements are not solid, we can observe that there are very few, if any, private investment. Second way is de-risking. Thanks to the support also of the EU, we have developed a public payment guarantee that covers the risk of a public counterpart defaulting on its payment obligation. It's called the European Guarantee for Renewable Energy, and it targets renewable energy projects in sub-Saharan Africa. The third way is equity, because infrastructure projects require large amounts of equity. We invest alongside private sponsors, and we created with the French Caisse des Dépôts et Consignations a 600 million euro infrastructure fund in 2017 called STOA, dedicated to infrastructures in developing and emerging countries. STOA basically complements what our subsidiary ProParco can do, as it can invest bigger amounts, usually between 15 and 50 million euro, and totally 400 million euro were invested in 13 projects, mainly in renewable energy, but also transportation, water in Africa, South America, and Southeast Asia. And these projects will have impacts on SDGs, for example, 1.5 gigawatts of additional renewable energy, or 17 million people having access to electricity, and 2.6 million tons of CO2 saved per year. So these are just a few examples of how we're working to mobilize the private sector.
Thank you for sharing those. I would like to raise a follow-up question to Dr. Megumi, and that relates to blended finance. A lot of you have mentioned the need for de-risking instruments, but also the need for partnerships among the different public development banks, and how that is key to develop affordable quality projects whilst taking into consideration the latest state of the art. And I personally believe this is an extremely important point because, as you all hinted at during your interventions, public development banks are not only financiers, they're also thought leaders. They also are trailblazers with their policy development. So if you could share your experience with us, Dr. Megumi.
Thank you very much. Before going into that question, let me just follow up with what Solomon was saying on planning together. For Africa, especially for this region, JICA, as JICA, we are working on this master plan, which is called West Africa Growth Ring Corridor Master Plan for transportation, covering Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, Burkina Faso, Benin, even connections to Nigeria. And here, we are not just talking about transport infrastructure. We are talking about a soft transformation in value chain, agriculture, and industry. So we are starting to contribute in this region as well with the help of our colleagues here. So going back to this question on blended finance, let me share with you a classical case that we did once again in the Philippines, a water revolving fund. This was a joint scheme with a JICA concessional loan to a public development bank and a USAID DCA guarantee coming into the picture. Now I think it's Development Finance Corporation. And then we mobilize commercial local lending for targeted water districts nationwide. And you know very well that water districts, utilities in developing context, there are maybe several bankable ones, not so bankable ones, and of course there are others that really need a lot of capacity development and maybe subsidies, but these ones are really reaching out to the most vulnerable sections of the country. And there, what we did, or the Department of Finance of the Philippines did, was classify the water districts into the bankable and the quasi-bankable and the non-bankable ones. And with the blended finance, together with the USAID, we could focus on the bankable and the non-bankable ones and make make the finance happen. And then for the not bankable ones, the Philippines government could really focus their subsidies, technical assistances, and other supporting measures and make the total system, making sure that the total system caters to the growth of the water utilities and at the same time taking consideration of the needs of the poor and the most vulnerable. So in blended finance, with the combined with a policy creation, we make sure that as a system, it will deliver to the populations that we as development financiers care most. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Megumi. So we've covered the theory and how important it is for projects to be ready, for projects to be accompanied, for projects to be taken to a sufficient maturity level so that they are bankable. I would now like to ask you, Alice, which innovations can be introduced in order to minimize the negative impacts we've been talking about to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals through sustainable infrastructure? So, namely, what are those social, environmental, climate considerations that are musts?
Thank you very much. So maybe one example I could give is in Kenya, where I live, we have what's called the standard gauge railway. And this railway has been built to go through a national park. And obviously that initial assessment shows that if you build it the way it is, it's going to affect wildlife movement. So what do? You build underpasses or you build flyovers so that in that case you can still have the railway, but you still retain corridors for these wildlife to pass. And I think there's a lot of this happening in India. There's a lot. Obviously the design is important. So that we're seeing those as good ones. Another one really is, instead of building seawalls to manage flooding, you rehabilitate and restore mangroves. I think that's a good one also that we're hearing more often. But also there's the one around nature positive and biodiversity net gain. I think you've heard about the mitigation hierarchy. So you do the avoid, the minimize, restore, but finally you also have to offset the residual impacts. And we've seen many examples of offsets where dams are being built, but looking at the harm in one place, you restore by another place. Of course, robust metrics are important. When you do work like this, you need to make sure you have metrics that can measure the impact, but also continuously monitor any unintended consequences. So we're seeing a lot of those, but there's also commercial advantages of this, of net gain. It sends a very strong message. All these banks, if they're doing this, of course, that's why we're here, right? The finance in common. We're talking about the importance of us working together for SDGs, working together for climate action. It's extremely important now that we have the banking sector involved. It's no longer the case for us who work in conservation anymore. We see a lot more partners coming on board, and that's important because we can't do it alone. And so it's really very good. Yeah, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for grounding a little bit more and making it a little more tangible for our audience. So now let's move to another scenario. Right now, Alice was talking to us about the social, the environmental considerations. I'm very curious, looking at what is happening right now in Ukraine, Carlos. For EBRD as a European MDB, how would those principles be taken into account in the post-crisis reconstruction effort?
Well, what is already pretty challenging is to see how you apply these principles even now during war, because we from our side, EBRD, we keep on investing in Ukraine and of course in the neighborhood countries. And here you pointed right to the fact that we have to, maybe not to deviate, but we have to reinterpret our principles in responding to the urgent needs of our countries of operations. And in the case of Ukraine, but not only Ukraine, also some other countries, there's need of support, for instance, to fund the provision of gas. There's need also to strengthen the pipeline and network to allow for bigger traffic of and alternative sources of gas. So it is important, I think, here, if you think about it, probably you have to combine some degree of flexibility with consistency, because you cannot deviate from the ultimate goal, because the current crisis in terms of if you look at energy, it even strengthens the case for a transition beyond the very strong case we already had before as a result of climate change. So here we have to make compatible what we are funding now in terms of the urgent needs with the medium-term and longer-term perspective of a future with renewable energies and the lack of dependence on fossil fuels. And that's what we're doing. In EBRD, we have the possibility of funding gas-related projects under certain conditions, under certain parameters to ensure consistency with the green transition strategy of the country. That's what I said also before, that it's important that every country has a very clear path as designed by the LTS. But we do that, for instance, to give an immediate response to the needs, but in combination with other projects, other investment that can, if anything, speed up the process towards a green transition. So you have to be flexible, but you have to be even more cautious that you are not locking in any installation that would prevent a green transition in the future, Laura. So difficult as it is, we think we're getting there.
Extremely difficult. I agree. So our discussion is slowly coming to an end. It's been fascinating speaking to all of you. I would like to sum up, in my own words, what my main takeaways or what I take back to Berlin to discuss with all of my colleagues from what we just spoke. And afterwards, I would really kindly ask you in 1 minute to summarize what you're taking away. So the first point I think that came up a lot was the need for a holistic approach that fosters development of policy. So finance with policy. The need for collaboration, and that's what we're doing, right? Finance in common. The need to exchange lessons learned, to go to other regions. Something that Carlos just said that I think it is key is that context matters and that we need to be flexible. We need to react to the needs of the people. And finally, of course, the coordinating of the private sector. And with that, we have 5 minutes, so I will ask you, each of you, to please sum up what you take away from this discussion. Dr. Megumi. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think I will stress the importance of capacity, not just the ones doing project formulation and implementation, but the capacity of the development financier side as well. For example, especially in this region, in East Africa, in a lot of countries you need the French. So even I, every Sunday at 3 p.m., I'm sitting in an online French class. So capacity on both sides is very important in order to collaborate. Thank you very much.
Yeah, indeed. I also need to get on with my French. Mike, please, what do you take away from this discussion?
Thank you very much. I think there are two things for me. One is the issue of quality infrastructure. You know, we cannot do away with the fact that it costs money to have quality. It costs money at the entry. But if you take a life cycle approach to infrastructure development by integrating all the green and everything, then you are actually likely to gain in the long run. But at the entry point, it costs money. So, and if you add the green perspective to it, then it costs even more money. Our calculation in the bank is saying to us that on average, you're looking at 4 to 5% of incremental extra cost to green your infrastructure, make it more climate resilient. So I was listening to you with a lot of passion, but I know it costs money. So that's why in African Development Bank, we're trying to push for what we call climate action window, which is an extra window that the bank is pushing to actually help the African member countries to tackle this green and quality infrastructure, particularly in meeting their net zero transmission. That's number one. Number two is it does take partnership. You know, that's critical. Us here on this panel, if we collectively put together all our instruments, our funding and capacity, we can actually do a whole lot. So I think going together, you go far. So that's what we want to do, you know, have a joint partnership, promote partnership that is really supporting African development agenda. And I think this is one of the things that I will take away from this panel. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Alice.
Thank you. For me, it's about changing the narrative. Yes, we are facing a triple challenge, but it could also be a triple opportunity. So the discussion doesn't always have to be about mitigating negative impacts. It can also be about creating green infrastructure that results into opportunities for people and planet. And I think with a collaboration, all of us in this room, we can work together to really create high impact and green infrastructure that creates jobs and skills and social protection for our people.
Thank you. Carlos?
Thank you. I will just follow Alice, a good positive tone and put also some burden on our side, the side of the shoulders of the MDBs, because to deliver this on this bright future, we have to work in better cooperation and on two clear areas. One is agreeing with the recipient countries in terms of the standards to make sure that the infrastructure is really sustainable from all angles. So agreeing and having a common set of standards is going to make all our lives easier. And second is in terms of mutual reliance among MDBs when co-financing large infrastructure projects, because mutual finance, mutual reliance will help speed up the whole process, will help us deliver faster, and will facilitate also the life of our clients. And this is something where we have taken some steps as MDBs, but where there are definitely more to take. Thank you.
And of course, Marie-Hélène, what are your takeaways from this discussion?
Well, Laura, you summarized very well our discussion, I think. I really fully support what was just mentioned about the need to have a common definition about what is green infrastructure and, in fact, what is green finance. The second takeaway is I think public development banks should play a key role in reconciling short-term needs and long-term issues, as well as local concerns and global issues. And I think this type of discussions will be at the forefront during the COP27, and it's important that we help devise solutions to address them.
Thanks a lot for that, and I can only say I also took part yesterday in the research conference, and I'm thrilled to hear that various points that were discussed yesterday have come up today. So I thank you all of you for your attention, and of course our panelists for sharing with us their insights, for letting us pick their brains a little bit. And yeah, my main message would be let's keep working together for finance in common. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura, and all the speakers for these interesting words. Nous allons marquer à présent une courte pause. Je vous propose de rester dans cette salle. Nous reviendrons juste après pour une nouvelle session de panel sur... In a few minutes. Thank you. Welcome back to the third edition of the Finance Summit, Finance in Common Summit. Nous poursuivons cette journée du sommet Finance en commun, édition 3, une journée ponctuée, on l'a vu, de panels.
We had a day of panels and very high-level speeches. Let me mention it, and this is a first. Since it is the first time it is being held in Africa, as indicated by President Adesina, and as indicated by the Prime Minister Patrick Haché, that should change things. Now, our high level number 4, accelerating climate change adaptation through the big collaborations.
This Climate Policy Initiative. Nicole, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'd like to take a moment to introduce my panel. We have Dr. Mahmoud Mohleddin, the COP27 High-Level Climate Action Champion, joining us online. We have Mr. Ambroise Fayol, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Dr. Amal Lee Amin, Managing Director of the British International Investment and the Adaptation and Resilience Investors Collaborative, also joining us online. Mr. Kevin Juma, African Forest Carbon Catalyst Director of the Nature Conservancy. And Mrs. Rejoice Amarachi Yusim from Simke Foods Limited, Nigeria, and winner of the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program's Youth Adapt Challenge. Welcome, everyone. So after the discussions that we've heard earlier today, I think we can all agree that finance for adaptation and resilience is still far below the amount needed. While adaptation finance has increased over the last 5 years, reaching $46 billion in 2020 and $49 billion in 2021, the UNEP estimates that the annual adaptation costs in developing economies will be in the range of $155 to $330 billion annually by 2030. And although the public sector continues to provide almost all of the adaptation financing, in 2020 it represented only 14% of the total climate finance by the public sector. In CPI's recent analysis tracking public sector commitments, we also found that only 6 of the 70 largest public financial institutions in the Finance in Common database explicitly mentioned adaptation in their climate strategies. So before we turn it over to our panelists, I wanted to take a quick audience poll. So raise your hand if yes. Is adaptation a priority for your organization? All right, I see just a handful of hands. So as a follow-up, would you like to see adaptation be more of a priority to your organization? All right, seeing more hands there. Thank you for your participation. And now we're going to turn it over to our panel of experts who will be discussing concrete ways for public development banks and other financial actors to accelerate investment in adaptation. Dr. Mohleddin, thank you for joining us online. Given Egypt's role in presiding over COP27, what are your expectations from public development banks when it comes to adaptation finance, particularly in the most vulnerable countries?
Right, thank you so much. I'm missing the opportunity to be with you in person, but I followed that it was a success in the meetings and engagements and the approach. So congratulations for all of the organizers, and missing Cote d'Ivoire great deal from where I am now, just landed from Geneva to Cairo in preparation of the COP. So all in a good cause, for the same good cause on the climate finance and the climate agenda. So before finance, I was very much engaged during the last few weeks on important discussion that gets us into trade-offs and synergies. And perhaps before we ask finance from the major development financing institutions, including the public development banks and the MDBs, there is something that they do that is worth more than money, perhaps, is knowledge sharing and public awareness. And when it comes to adaptation, we are really in trouble because not just because of the funds are less and there is a lot of funding gaps to be fulfilled, but it seems to me that issues of adaptation have been taken for granted, that they are the responsibility of domestic, local, and national governments. And there is very little role to be played by major international institutions, with few exceptions. And there is a theory actually behind that mitigation can do all what we can, which failed actually as a theory because we didn't do critically good in that front. So we need more adaptation. If we finish our homework in mitigation, we wouldn't be discussing adaptation as such today. But something even more controversial, people would tell you that reducing emissions somewhere in Europe or in Africa will have an impact on Asia or the United States, because we all live in this a global climate that is going to be impacted positively or negatively by actions or no actions, by good things or bad things. We do that. So reducing emissions is being praised as a good thing, and tracing emissions is great as well. That's definitely the case, and the IPCC report is telling us that we need to do more of what we're doing. Otherwise, we'll be drifting even more from the targets of 2030. Instead of reducing emissions by 45%, we know that we are adding to the emissions by 15% roughly, so are deviating from target by 60%. But the adaptation, the interesting matter here, they tell you that adaptation is a very localized effort. So if you fix your agricultural system or your water management, or you do better in your coastal fronts, that may not really have a global impact, or it's not a part of the global public good. It's a domestic public good. This is a big mistake. I'm not going to take it from the moral responsibilities of emitters since first industrial revolution. This is a very good political argument, and it has its own merits as well if we can translate it into economic and financial flows. But actually, as what we see, if you are making societies and economies more vulnerable, that will compromise positions elsewhere. Through many channels. One of them is through forced migration or climate refugees, which started to be a phenomenon in some cases. Second, even out of adhering to self-interest rule, even if, God forbid, we don't care about what happens to others, which is bad enough, but even if we just care about ourselves and our neighborhood, especially with the rise of some populist movements in some particular places, out of self-interest, you need to invest in this area, because again, this issue of migration will be on the rise, forced migration, not the kind of migration that we like to see as part of labor mobility. The other thing, even if in self-interest, you need to have stable markets for expanding your role, if you believe in capitalism still, and the impact on international trade, investments, and all of that. And then what we have seen as well, which is the rule of the game, if we don't spend sufficiently well in the prevention, we'll be required to be spending more in dealing with the cures of what we failed in preventing. So this is just an important argument, which is basically the political economy background of the need to take adaptation more seriously. But for that to happen, we need three things, based on a discussion that we had as well with Professor Duflo, organized by the World Bank during the annual meetings. And I had the pleasure of interviewing her or commenting on her excellent points. There is no divorce between development finance and climate finance. Let's resolve this issue. MDBs, development finance institutions, and it's great that we see the leaders in the finance in common. The leaders on EIB, African Development Bank, had that in their mandate. We see no contradiction or trade-offs between the two. It's all about synergies. The second thing, that we need really to have finance coupled with technology and technical assistance and knowledge sharing. And this is the beauty of the finance that comes from the MDBs and the public development institutions, because they don't just give you dollars or euros, but they provide as well technical assistance. And the final thing, it's about behavioral change. And here, I'm not going to be asking the MDBs for more than money, knowledge, and technical assistance, but behavioral change through standards, enhancing better regulations. Now there are people talking about what we can do, even in designing our tax policies and fiscal policies in order to provide incentives. If you put all of that, before we talk about the gaps, which are known, I quote from the Climate Policy Initiative, the global one, and in Africa, there are more needed, at least in the case of Africa, 6 times of what we have been seeing. So far, 11.4 billion that have been traced, of which 97% is coming from the public sources and 3% from the private sources. Actually, the 3%, to my own surprise, in the case of Africa, is more than the 2% of private sector participation in adaptation globally. So I was happily surprised. I said, well, fantastic. Let's see how the private sector then today is doing 3%. Next year, it could be more. In a couple of years, could be 10%. There is an issue here. When you do some sort of more granular analysis with more details, you'll see that the private sector here is more of foundations, philanthropies. So they are basically non-public but non-private at the same time, many of them. So you may end up with less than 1% of private sector participation in adaptation. So one area here is basically trying to find the model in which the private sector can find itself, as we see it in mitigation, in projects in solar, in wind farms, in decarbonization, in green hydrogen, and the likes. And we can really see that happening through many things in design of programs, including the Nexus approach, get food with water, with energy. Through Nexus approach, that could be a good way of doing it, or perhaps through more de-risking, more incentives. But definitely we need better partnership model than the one that we have today. Otherwise, we'll be still relying on public finance, and not just external finance that's doing the heavy lifting. Let me remind you that even in the lowest of income of countries in Africa and other developing economies, the entities that are doing the heavy lifting in adaptation still is the budget of the state. Directly is through domestic resource mobilization, or indirectly through borrowing abroad in order to finance the adaptation effort. So I hope that in COP27, all of these issues, specifically in areas related to agriculture, food systems, water management, are going to be tackled. And I'm happy to tell you, and I took more time than what I intended. I finished yesterday the 5th round that we started with the 5 regional economic commissions of the UN. So we now have pipeline of projects, investable projects. I shared the approach with my good friend Ambroise and with Remy Rio as well. And I'm happy to tell them and all of the audience and participants interested that we have a pipeline of projects in the 5 economic regions, including Africa, and they are ready for your consideration. And we're going to be sharing 50 of them, 10 by each economic region during Sharm. But the full list with details is going to be available, and more details on request from the regional economic commissions of the UN and from the champions as well. This was an initiative by COP27. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Moving on, Mr. Friot, how are MDBs addressing calls for action on adaptation that Dr. Mohleddin has just outlined, and what is the EIB doing in particular?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for the invitation. Hello to Mahmoud. Actually, I'm going to go in the direction that Mahmoud has already explained. I would say quickly, 3 things for MDBs, 3 things for EIB. For MDBs, it is clear, and you see that adaptation is becoming a bigger issue by the year, I would say. And that everybody in all geographies see now that what is happening already in Africa for some time, which is adaptation, is already there, because you have to deal with the the consequences of the change of the climate change that is already hurting the economy and the country is something that you see now in all geographies, and they all have to include an adaptation part of their project. The second thing is when you look at the figures, we have published last week what we call the MDB Finance Climate report. That is a report that gives all figures on the action by MDBs for climate, be it high income, low income, of course with a focus on low and middle income, be it mitigation or adaptation. And the two figures that I would like to give you is the figure for adaptation was 19 billion euros by MDBs in 2021. This is something that is a figure that is in big increase compared with the previous year. And it is 19 billion out of 82 billion for total climate finance reported by the multilateral development banks. So you could say, okay, 19 out of 82 is not that significant. Actually, the figure that I find interesting is that while out of the 82, about 60 to 65% were in low-income countries. For the adaptation part, it is 95% in low-income countries. So we try as MDBs really to have a focus on adaptation even more on low-income countries because it is probably also more needed in some geographies. And the third thing on MDBs is that we work a lot actually as a group of multilateral development banks on adaptation, and we will make an announcement in we will make an announcement in COP27, and this is in various things, but in particular there will be, and there has been a lot of work on trying to harmonize methodologies that we use in NDBs to track adaptation finance. And there has been already something announced a few years ago. We are now making progress in the methodology to include not only infrastructure projects, but also other kind of projects. Now for EIB, quickly, three things on what we do. We have, our DNA is not really adaptation. Our DNA is really being very big in mitigation. But we see that we need to include much more now adaptation parts in the projects we finance. And we have pure adaptation projects also now. We have committed in Glasgow at COP26 to triple by 25 the amount of projects that the part of adaptation in our climate projects. So it was 5% of climate projects. It's going to be at least 15% by 25. So as I said, this starts from a low level, but to triple it means that we need really to pay much more attention, and that's going to be monitored closely at the bank. The second thing is we've decided to try to work on the issue of climate data. And what we have decided with the Copernicus Climate Change Services, with whom we have an agreement, is to share with our clients the much improved data that are going to be useful for them in the implementation of the projects, and that's also something that is adaptation. And finally, but I'm not going to develop because there is a beneficiary of this on this panel. We are a partner, as Mahmoud said, of what we call the AAAP, so the African Adaptation Acceleration Program, that has been put in place by the African Development Bank in most vulnerable countries in partnership with the Global Center on Adaptation.
Thank you very much, and I think I speak for many of the research institutes here when I say we're excited about your data progress rolling out. Dr. Amali Amin, as the last representative of a public financial institution on our panel, I'm hoping I can get your perspective on the priorities that have been outlined so far. Where do you see public development banks making the biggest contribution? And what is BII looking to do to help?
Great, thank you very much. And I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person, but it's great to be at this third Financing Common event. Where we were very active in leading a session on adaptation and particularly how to accelerate private sector investment into adaptation when we were at the first Financing Common Summit hosted in Paris in November 2020. So just to explain it, first of all, as British International Investment, we are the UK's DFI and an impact investor. So we only invest in private sector companies via directly or via funds or financial intermediaries. And we provide patient, flexible capital to really help grow the private sector in Africa and Asia primarily, and look to invest to create impact to boost productivity, sustainability, particularly climate financed investments, as well as inclusive investments, particularly for low-income countries and communities, as well as in gender, more diversity in our investments as well. So just, I think that's important context when talking about this particular topic around adaptation resilience, because we know now that there is an incredibly urgent challenge to step up the solutions needed to help build resilience and help countries and communities and sectors adapt to the already existing climate impacts. I mean, we only have to look this year at devastating impacts in Africa, currently with droughts, very severe drought in East Africa, devastating floods in Pakistan recently. I mean, you know, we know there is a huge and urgent need for this agenda. I think also just in responding to some of the points that were made, as Mahmoud said, you know, the assumption has been for many years, I would say, that the focus should be entirely around the role of governments to focus on adaptation, and you know, much less really on the need to really unlock private investment. And you know, and I think where we are now, we have, you know, there are a number of barriers to private investment, and you know, it's essential we remove these, because we know the private sector is actually much better at managing risk, and so can, you know, really not can but must play a key role in enabling countries to manage the physical climate risk already being faced. And, you know, to really help unlock the private sector, a number of barriers will need to be addressed. And that really does require what I would refer to as deep or even radical collaboration. And this is something that we launched at the Financing Commons Summit in Paris in November 2020 with a number of other DFIs, as well as development banks. I'm delighted that European Investment Bank are a member of the collaborative, as well as the Islamic Development Bank. And the collaborative is for accelerating investment for climate resilient accelerating resilient investment collaborative to deliver on this. So ARIC, and this initiative we've been working on over the last 2 years to really identify how we can better collaborate and how we can bring different resources together to really unlock the investment that is needed. And some of that, again, going back to the points that was made earlier, I think it's essential that we bring knowledge and expertise to the challenge as well, whether that's for governments, but also other key stakeholders, including the private sector. So we, as British International Investment, we're actually looking to invest more in the solutions that are going to be necessary to bring resiliency and adaptation. Many of these are very early stage, so more in the sort of venture capital type space, either directly or via funds. We've been working with our funds. We had an event actually in Cairo just last month where we brought together all of our funds in our portfolio, as well as some of the portfolio companies, to really start to help them understand better the challenges, as well as what the opportunities may be for them as funds to actually invest more in those companies, these particularly early stage companies that can bring those adaptation resiliency services. And so, this was a really important step, helping build their own capabilities so that they then can go and invest more in their relevant markets. And, we are seeing some really, really interesting opportunities. As I said, quite early stage and often quite small scale, but the impact can be huge. So I do think, when we think about adaptation resilience, it's important not to assume that we shouldn't only measure success by the amount of finance being mobilized. I mean, of course, that is essential. We all know that it has to be scaled up, and the commitments that have been made need to be delivered. But we need to recognize that actually, particularly for adaptation finance, the impact of these solutions can be really significant compared to actually what the type of investment, scale of investment might otherwise imply. So it's quite different, I think, to the mitigation agenda in that respect. I do want to highlight also the importance of concessional funding. I think, as was already mentioned, we have a new climate innovation facility where we've been, in fact, even just before COP26, we made our first investment in a company based in Kenya, Pula, that is looking to provide pay at harvest insurance for smallholder farmers linked to climate parametric models. So helping to ensure that the smallholder farmers can actually be covered in the event of a particularly bad year due to climate change. And this does require patient and risk-tolerant capital to really help grow these very innovative and early-stage businesses. So we do need to bring those resources to the table. I think has been mentioned. I'd love to say a bit more about the collaborative and what we're doing, but maybe come back at a later stage on that.
Thank you so much. There'll be a follow-up question where you can elaborate a little bit more as well. So we've definitely heard from the financial institutions and Dr. Mohideen about the growing importance of adaptation in finance strategy and the need to address the adaptation finance gap. There's a clear call for public development banks to increase their own financing for adaptation. We heard a bit about EIB's intention to respond to that. Additionally, there's a consensus to bring in more private finance, which is a pretty common refrain of needing to bring in the financial sector, in this case particularly through adaptation concessional finance vehicles, as well as a need to focus on developing economies that are facing the most severe impacts of climate change. So with that, I want to turn to our final two panelists, who are going to provide us with a slightly different perspective. So Mr. Juma, given your experience in climate and biodiversity, what is the role of nature and nature-based solutions in supporting adaptation action on the ground? And can you give some examples of how the Nature Conservancy has worked with public development banks to incorporate nature-based solutions into investment and lending operations?
Thank you very much. I think, first of all, I'll start by introducing the Nature Conservancy, which is a global conservation NGO working with private, public, and indigenous communities to address or tackle climate change, biodiversity crisis, while also uplifting the livelihood of communities with presence in more than 70 countries. So as an organization, we are aiming to support 100 million people who are most vulnerable to the effects of climate change to be better adapted by the year 2030. So coming to your question, the first part of it, so nature-based solution alongside science can reduce vulnerability as well as exposure to the effects of climate change or climate impacts. We're having a lot of projects that I'm going to shortly mention, coastal ecosystem protection and restoration that are reducing storm water discharge, reducing flooding, protection and restoration of forests and wastelands that are helping control soil erosion and the rest. However, it's important to underline that this must be done while streamlining values and principles such as social justice, poverty alleviation, and collaboration with indigenous people and local communities. So talking about the work that the Nature Conservancy has done with the public development banks in mainstreaming or addressing adaptation issues or nature-based solution. One, we've been working with public, private sector, and as well as public development banks on addressing water security issues. So what we're calling source water protection, where we are conserving, doing conservation measures, be it improve agricultural practices, soil conservation measures at the source. So upstream conservation measures that through the activities that we do will deliver returns for the downstream water users who are paying for upstream conservation. So we started with that in Nairobi, what we are calling Upperton Nairobi Water Fund, which is a successful one. And there is water stress or water need in most of the African countries. So there is a lot of feasibility and viability assessments that are going on in Sierra Leone and in most of West African and East African countries. Just to mention another partnership that we are having amongst many others on this sector is the provision of guarantee and risk insurance for what I'm calling the Nature Conservancy's debt conservation for adaptation, debt swap for debt conservation for adaptation swap. So where we are working with governments on refinancing a portion of their sovereign debts and securing long-term sustainable finance for large-scale protection of marine. For example, during the recent New York Climate Week, the Nature Conservancy announced the Barbados debt swap on marine blue bond, where it was a co-guarantee structure, the Nature Conservancy providing $50 million and IDB providing $100 million, and this freed up $50 million for environmental conservation for 50 years in Barbados, and this they're going to use for mangrove conservation, protection of corals and mangrove along the coastal ecosystem, provision of alternative livelihoods for the coastal communities, amongst others. I'll just stop there for now before providing additional intervention.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Yusum, you are the winner of the AAAP Youth Adapt Challenge. Can you tell us what impact this award has had on your business and how difficult or easy it's been to access finance to support your company?
Thank you very much. My name is Rejoice Amarachi Usim. I'm from Nigeria. I'm also the founder of SimK Foods Limited. So what we do in SimK is working with farmers, see how we can improve what they do. So basically, we work with these farmers by teaching them new improved technologies and techniques that will really help them and see how they can improve cultivation. So these are small rural farmers in Nigeria that we work with. And so far, we have a technique which we call the vertical sack farming. So currently, we are working with 22,000 farmers, and it's been a huge progress with those farmers because at the same time, we're increasing their yield, and at the same time, we're increasing their income because they've had so much challenges over the years, and which has posed a very difficult challenge for them. So, and just like I said, the essence of this technique is to see how it usually, so far we've been working with these farmers, it mitigates the effect of climate change with these farmers because it is not rainfall dependent. Yeah, so that's what the technique, which the vertical sack farming does for the farmers. And it's been awesome working with these farmers, and we're really working very hard to expand our farmer base engagement to 100,000 by 2023, and we trust to do that. Yeah, so, and just like I said again, we also look how we can improve their crop productivity, which is very key for us, and we're really ensuring that by 2023, this farmers' crop productivity will increase so much that at the end of the day, it will solve food security problem. And at the same time, we are looking out to improve the poverty level of the smallholder farmers in rural Nigerian community. Yeah. So for the other question you asked us, trying to access finance. So for a business like SimK, it's been pretty difficult because over the years, access to finance has been something we have done on our own. And so far, we've really done our best. But just like I said, it has not been really easy because most organizations see SimKs, or rather microfinance organizations, usually feel probably we're too qualified. If I have to permit me to use the word, we're too qualified to assess finances. And at the same time, and some other organizations see us as, okay, probably our model is something that they can come in. But thanks to AAAP, which is a program that organizations need to support, they really helped us in technical training aside the financial assistance we've gotten. And as for SimK, it has even made us ready for investment financing because myself and my team were able to enlarge so much. We got the right trainings, the right investment trainings, and it's been amazing. So I'll give it up to AAAP, GCA, and AFDB. It has been an amazing engagement with them, and we know going forward in the future, we're ready to do so much more to help small rural farmers in Nigeria. Just like I said, we're working very hard to expand where we are to where we want to be, and we trust to do so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Juma and Ms. Yusum. It's clear from your comments that there's a clear need for financing nature-based solutions in sustainable agriculture, particularly in Africa. And it's also particularly interesting to hear about the financial mechanisms that have or have not worked for you and your organizations. So we have a follow-up question to all the panelists, and we want to delve a bit more into the adaptation needs in Africa. A recent climate policy initiative report estimates that the continent needs $277 billion annually to implement its nationally determined contributions and meet 2030 climate goals. But climate finance in total only reached $29.5 billion in 2021. Harnessing climate investment opportunities in Africa will require innovation in financing structures and strategic deployment of public capital, especially when focusing on adaptation and considering the need to include nature and ecosystem services. What sort of innovative financial mechanisms have you seen for adaptation that work particularly well, or what would you like to see that doesn't exist yet? Dr. Mohideen, we're going to start with you.
Right, thank you so much. And before I start, I'd like to congratulate Ms. Usim for her innovative solution, and we hope to get that at scale as well. And if there is a platform to benefit as well from her experience, not just with the end results, but how she managed to get the support that would be useful for other initiatives around the continent and beyond. And definitely COP27 will be welcoming such participation. I'm happy with your reference to the climate policy initiative, Ms. Pinko, and actually I have the same report in front of me. So I would say that's as an essential reading, in addition, of course, to the MDB's joint report that was mentioned by Mr. Fayol earlier. The requirements for adaptation, as modest as we are today at 11.4 billion, are required to be enhanced 6 times to reach a minimum of 62 billion. And this is very conservative because they are linked to the NDCs that have been already submitted. And there is a feature of some of the NDCs revised, including more recently by the World Bank, that the emphasis on adaptation needs to be even enhanced. So this is a very conservative figure to the requirements. I'd like to take as well another figure of the requirements in typical African country that you may need up to 4 to 5% of GDP for adaptation requirements. You relate that to the budget of the state. This is typically anything between 20 to 30% of the budget. If the Minister of Finance in office is to answer she or he the demands coming from line ministries responsible for adaptation, that would exhaust 1/3 of the budget. So that is not sustainable. But we need really to do a better job in the public-private partnerships. I'm happy that there is this kind of interest in encouraging the private sector to do more in that, but we need to be respective of the comparative advantage rule. There are some areas that the private sector engagement, including in risk management, and I totally adhere to what Ms. Amin just mentioned about the capacity of the private sector to be a better risk manager than the public sector. But at the same time, we know that there are limits of that if the commercial benefit are not fully realized, or the business environment is not supportive, or as she said, that there are many obstacles and hurdles facing the private sector to adequately engage. However, there are many opportunities, and we see that in our pipeline of projects, to which I encourage you to have a look at, because there are lots of public-private partnership examples in the adaptation front, focusing on agriculture, food and water management, and there are some areas related to resilient infrastructure as well, including cities and coastal areas. I would say as well, with this excellent reference to the work of the enhancers through nature conservancy work, including more recently in Barbados. This is a very good model, actually, because the beauty of the Barbados model, it's not just linked to a project, which is fine. Like in the case of Seychelles, the case of Belize, these are good examples for debt swap arrangements, linking them to climate or nature. But the good example that came from Barbados that can take us to scale, and linking the whole thing to KPIs, and the KPIs are themselves linked to the NDCs coming from countries. So they are going to be fully owned by the states. They are going to be linked to policy measures, not just to project-specific kind of constraints, but definitely at the end, they are going to be reflected in investments in some particular sector that can give some better flexibility than being just project-oriented from the very beginning. So that's being encouraged, really, and we will have many sessions discussing these examples at the blue, green, and the pavilions as well in COP. One more area, and I'll stop at that, in the innovation front, is basically on the carbon credit markets and how they can really be developed further. And I'm happy here, we know that Europe is very advanced, and I appreciate that China got some sort of knowledge and technical assistance from Europe. This could be a good way of the knowledge part and the technical assistance part that the European Investment Bank can be leading. And I'm happy to see some good advances in this work, including from the Financial Regulatory Authority of Egypt, led by Mohammed Farid, the chairman, and in close collaboration in the future with Gabon, which is very advanced in their thinking under the leadership of Minister Lee White. So this is very much a pan-African kind of a market, trying to capture the knowledge, and with some good guidance as well, it could be fulfilling the capturing of value of these carbon credit markets and adhering to the rules of integrity and safeguards to be attached to them. Being carbon markets, as I say, that doesn't mean that we are going to carbon copy them from more advanced markets unless the experience is of relevance and could be standardized. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fayol, same question to you.
Well, thank you very much. It's difficult because Mahmoud has already covered a lot. So I'll give you two examples. And I think the difficulty to put in place the good structures to develop adaptation projects is not a lack of willingness to support. It is more in the family of these are projects that often are smaller size, imply technical assistance, imply, if you want to be successful, to be as early as possible involved. And you need to combine a number of of stakeholders. The example that I would like to give is an example that Mahmoud knows well, because the World Bank is also a part of the financier. It is called the City Climate Fund Gap Fund, the City Climate Finance Gap Fund. Otherwise, just say the Gap Fund, that's fine. And there are two big multilateral institutions involved, the World Bank and EIB. There are a number of countries that are providing grant assistance, in particular the Germany and Luxembourg. And the German cooperation, it said, is also a big part of the success of it. And what it does is helping cities in designing nature-based solutions and adapt the development of the cities, taking into account episodes of extreme heat or extreme floodings. And here you see, I think, what makes a project successful or not. It needs cooperation, and here you have cooperation between, and it works in many cities in the world, actually, this project, including in Africa. It needs better understanding of what adaptation means. It needs to be active in the early stage in the policy shaping and policy design, and being able to also to learn lessons from what has worked or not in other cases. And of course, it needs to be able to finance at scale, as Mahmoud said. So these are the kind of projects that I think we need to develop and try to scale up, because there is a need to scale up. We also have other projects. I'm not going to be long, so on a project interesting for me is a project called CRAFT. This is climate resilience projects for private companies. But what I would like to say is we really would like to be engaged with all promoters of project or all municipalities, because a lot is at stake. It takes time.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Amal, Ms. Amin, the same question back to you. I know you wanted to talk a bit more about the Adaptation and Resilience Collaborative.
Yes, so thank you. So as I mentioned, through the Adaptation Resilience Investors Collaborative, we've been working to try to overcome many of these challenges. I think, just referring back to some of the points made earlier, we really need much more relevant metrics. So we've been working, there's been a work program on what we refer to as investor relevant metrics that are more meaningful to either us as a DFI, but also private and commercial investors as well, which will be really critical that they start to understand this better as they start, increasingly become concerned about climate risk, whether that's transition risk, which has been quite well documented and assessed certainly in many of the European and OECD markets, but much less physical climate risk, which we know is unfortunately so much more acute already in developing and emerging economies. So that's been a big part of it. Another is we've been whilst we have most of the members of the collaborative are DFIs, which focus in the private sector, we also have multilateral development banks, bilateral development banks and agencies who are also working very much with governments to help address some of these barriers upstream. And I think as a collaborative, we can also help better communicate what we think is needed to really unlock more private investment and reduce, and where public investment can best, really mobilize private investment, and the role of PPPs, public-private partnerships, these will be, it's critical that the right kinds of incentives, climate risk, and as well as the incentives to bring forward the resiliency solutions, particularly in infrastructure, that these are really embedded well into PPP frameworks. So, this is part of the work that we're doing. Also, as I mentioned, many of the companies being quite small scale, early stage. We've been partnering also with Climate Kick last year to look at how to help bring forward. Help build out more of the ecosystem, whether that's some incubators to accelerators to later stage growth investment, to address the challenges across the whole spectrum, if you like. And this is something that we think, much more of this will be needed, because we know that many, because adaptation needs and the specific solutions tend to be very context specific and local in light of the particular vulnerability, which is a function of the climate risk, the physical climate phenomena, as well as location, as well as the specific context or vulnerability of the asset itself or community. We'll need to see lots and lots of services being provided in a local context. So, really, really important that we see more of this, and that, through our collaboration, we can bring that forward. Do also want to highlight that the role of nature-based solutions is going to be very, very critical in delivering resiliency. That, I think, is an area that and the Nature Conservancy, and we've been talking with TNC, London, European office about how we can also collaborate more in that respect, because we absolutely need to bring all our resources, both financial as well as expertise, the human capital alongside the financial capital, as to urgently as possible to this agenda.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kluma, the same question back to you on financial mechanisms that you'd like to see or are working well.
I'll quickly mention too, not to repeat what the other panelists have mentioned. So there is what we're calling the Africa Communities and Climate Tourism Fund that the Nature Conservancy and partners helped launch. And this is mainly to support tour operators who are recovering from COVID pandemic. They access the small and medium tour operators, and they access concessional loans. And in exchange, there are conservation commitments that they make, currently helping preserve or protect 694,000 hectares, almost the size of Texas. This is a model that can be replicated, where they're accessing concessional loan, but also, in exchange, delivering other, conservation commitments. The other one is the Africa Forest Carbon Catalyst that I lead. It's a Nature Conservancy's initiative that is helping incubate quality natural climate solution projects or nature-based projects across the continent. Currently, we are providing technical assistance as well as upfront grants to incubate 20 projects. We're aiming to double those. There are a lot of feasibility constraints. There are a lot of barriers, as have been mentioned. Access to quality germplasm for tree planting projects, access to technical assistance, but that's what we're providing and helping ensure that these projects become investment ready. What we are not seeing quickly, so that I give opportunity to my other colleague, is being bolder in bridging the gap between opportunity and investment. That needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I certainly have heard a lot today about the opportunity investment and taking bolder risks there. Ms. Yusim, handing it back to you for any final words and what you'd like to see out of financial mechanisms or what's working for you.
Okay, thank you so much. For the few years, one of the financial mechanisms I've really observed closely is the Green Funds, Green Climate Funds, which is headed by the UNFCCC. And I've closely worked and see how they have been able to help adaptation and mitigations practice in developing countries, which will definitely agree that SMSE in Africa really, it's important that we are easily able to adapt to innovations and at the same time carry out good practices that help farming. And also, I really want to see progress in adaptation and mitigation, because the kind of funds that is going to be used to help MSMEs will definitely depend on how much investment that is being put in. Because when those investment is being put in, we can definitely agree that there will be more new innovation practices, and at the same time adopting new technologies that will help MSMEs, and at the same time in different sectors and in different African countries. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all our panelists. To give just a quick summary from my end, it seems like there's such a strong need to really increase public finance for adaptation and development, and also to just increase our understanding on what counts as adaptation and the data that's available for that. Several of you mentioned debt for climate or adaptation swaps, which seems to be a vehicle that's gaining a lot of interest lately. And Mr. Foyel and Dr. Amin mentioned some ways that people are really trying to mobilize more private finance and create some collaborative efforts in that area. We've also heard from Ms. Youssef that the need for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in adaptation and the resilience field are particularly in need to greater access of finance, which is something I've not just heard from you, but also from several other participants today. So I want to make sure we drive that point home. And with that, thank you all very much for your time, and thank you to our panelists.
And thank you, Nicole, for this excellent moderation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to make a small break. We will be back in a few minutes for the last panel of the day. Stay with us, please. Restez avec nous, mesdames et messieurs. Dans quelques instants, nous débuterons le dernier panel de cette journée. Merci de rester dans la salle. welcome back for the last session of the day. Soyez les bienvenus pour ce dernier panel de cette première journée, effectivement, d'événement. Alors, le panel...
This is our first day of the event. The panel will be telling us about reinventing how PDBs invest in resilient healthcare and adaptive social protection. And the panels that have preceded were followed with great interest.
Health of Health and Social Protection at AFD, l'Agence française de développement. Agnès, je vous prie de bien vouloir commencer cette session.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's panel on reinventing how PDBs invest in resilient healthcare and adaptive social protection. It takes place under the umbrella of the Coalition for Social Investment of Finance in Common, which is co-led by the Agence Française de Développement and the Council of Europe Development Bank. This session is very important while PDBs played a critical role in responding to the COVID-19 important crisis and in challenges do remain. First, investments in national and regional public health institutions have been severely neglected before 2020, leading us to having to invent the response to COVID at a critical time. Second, health systems did not benefit from the right level of investments before 2020, particularly in human resources and infrastructure. And even though it represents a dynamic sector of employment and economic growth. Third, most countries still lack strong social protection systems to weather the impact of new large-scale future shocks. Finally, mounting pressures on the multilateral system to deliver ambitious and concrete results require decisive action. To respond to these challenges, public development banks did respond, and they still have a key role to play in the future. They have expertise, knowledge of local markets, and they can bridge financing gaps or scale-ups through co-financing arrangements. To capture these priorities, the session builds on a proposed investment agenda for health and social protection, which aims to strengthen what we all have in common, the health commons, the public health infrastructure, from pandemic preparedness to climate readiness. This agenda, I encourage you to consult it on the web. It's available in the Summits app and in the Finance in Common website. It has 3 pillars. First, investing in public health institutions, such as national public health agencies, medicine agencies, and regulation and accreditation agencies, quality assurance agencies. Second, invest in human resources and infrastructure for health services. And third, foster the growth of a quality healthcare industry. We believe this agenda sends a clear signal that PDBs stand ready to do more, to help to scale up, and develop joint co-financing arrangements with a view to provide efficient and concrete global financing arrangements. Together, we should contribute to more agile pool mechanism at global level. Your feedback on this document, which is up for consultation on the web, would be most welcome, as well as to signal our organization's potential interest and your organization's potential interest to contribute. To discuss these challenges, let me turn to our very distinguished panelists with us today. And let me start with Dr. Ahmed Ogwell Ouma, who is the Acting Director of Africa CDC and is joining us from Addis. Dr. Ouma, the Africa CDC has emerged as a major institutional force during the COVID-19 pandemic, structuring the network of public health institutions in the Africa continent. You are right now estimating the investment needs for immediately boosting Africa's public health institution capacity, and you estimate it to be about $1 billion. What is your assessment of the public health institutional needs in Africa, including from financial point of view, to make sure the continent is better equipped when the next pandemic strikes? What would be the first priority for investments when it comes to strengthening core public health institutions in Africa?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Agnes, and good evening where you are. It is night here. Good morning to those joining from the other side of the Atlantic. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me probably begin this by just sharing some of the lessons that we've learned. One very big lesson is that health is not a service. It's a very serious investment that when we don't invest properly in systems that are effective, then when something as big as a pandemic comes or something as small as an outbreak, then it is going to disrupt our social and economic infrastructure. It's a very big lesson we learned. And from that lesson, we need to move into the future, taking each opportunity to turn the lesson into action that is going to protect us better going into the future. So let me go right to the end and say, what is our priority today? Our priority is to ensure that Africa has systems that can and will be able to detect any outbreak quickly and respond to it effectively and not allow it to spread into the community. This is the biggest priority that we have, but it has many aspects. There are many experts and individual institutions that need to contribute to that particular priority. We must build systems. And systems has three major parts. One are institutions that function. Two are experts, the individuals that are going to contribute to the strengthening of that institution. And three is resources that are required to run those institutions. So these are the three things that we need to bring together in an organized way so that we are better prepared for tomorrow. We cannot afford to do the same things we were doing during SARS, during Ebola in West Africa, during COVID. We can't afford to do the same things. We must do things differently. Which brings me to really where we can be able to work together with the PDPs. You know, when we look at the Africa today, in fact, globally, there are transitions that are happening. There are transitions in disease, there are transitions in demography, there are transitions in development assistance for health, and there are transitions in as far as domestic resource mobilization is concerned. So we need to work together to make sure that all these four transitions come in a place that is going to be good for health security. As Africa CDC, we've done our part. During the pandemic, we have strengthened the capacity of our member states, their institutions, their governance mechanism, training experts, etc. We have led the continent in vaccines acquisition, in diagnostics acquisition, in therapeutics acquisition. But at the same time, we have moved a step further and we have said, let's strengthen our own local manufacturing capacity so that tomorrow we are not procuring from outside, but we are utilizing what is already here on the continent. Therefore, the way I see PDBs, contributing towards resilient health system, that's what I said was a big priority. You can do it in several ways. One is partner with us as Africa CDC and other institutions of the continent to look at health as an investment. It is urgent because we don't know when the next outbreak is going to be big enough to disrupt the economy. So if we invest in health systems with at the back of our minds, protecting society, protecting the economy, then it becomes a development issue. Secondly is we need to shift from doing business as usual, right? Using the older mechanisms that have not worked very well. We need to move into the space of not just strengthening systems, but ensuring that those systems are sustainable, working with member states for domestic resource mobilization to ensure that those systems are actually sustainable. And finally, it is for you as PDBs to work with us, and I'm talking about Africa here, that our priorities come first. Come to us with the mindset and ask us, what is your priority as Africa? And we will tell you what our priority is, and working together, we'll be able to not only strengthen the systems, we'll do it in a way that ensures that tomorrow, when an outbreak comes, we are not asking people from very far, we are doing it ourselves, and then support can be able to come to help in strengthening our response, not that we have nothing to show and others have to do the helping. So these are, together with PDBs, is extremely, extremely urgent, based on the priorities of this continent. I thank you, Agnes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Ouma. So a very clear message about the need, the lessons learned from the crisis, about the need to invest in institutions, both national and regional, and institutions that will allow also investments in capacity of production of the needed medical products, such as vaccines and medicines, and a clear call for all financing partners to invest in these institutions, and particularly invest in the national and regional CDCs. Let me move to, let me turn to Masoud Ahmed, who is also with us. Masoud Ahmed is the president of the Center for Global Development, and was a chair of the co-chair of the G20 high-level panel on investment in the health commons, particularly prevention and preparedness to pandemics. As part of this high-level panel, you called for a massive multilateral financing instrument for pandemic preparedness. With the World Bank PPR 5th, Pandemic Preparation, Prevention, Preparedness and Response 5th, about to be established, how do you see this new mechanism, this global fund, which is, I think now has received up to 1.5 billion of pledges? How will it be addressing the aid fungibility issue and leveraging truly additional financing for the health commons? Also promoting domestic investments. And what would you see the role of this group here, the Coalition of Public Development Banks, in co-financing projects that are supported by the FIF, aligning and strengthening FIF funding projects and building them within midterm financing frameworks?
Merci, Agnès. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I want to answer the question you've raised. And I want to do that by starting off really to celebrate the fact that we do now have a pandemic prevention preparedness fund that has been established. It's housed at the World Bank, and I'm very glad that Priya Basu is part of the panel, and she will no doubt tell us more about it. And this was indeed one of the recommendations, one of the key recommendations of the panel, the G20 Commission panel that I was a member of, which you referred to. But you gave one number, Agnes, which was the 1.4 billion, I believe is the number, or 1.5 billion, which is the money that has currently been received by this fund. Now, just to put it in perspective, what the panel was recommending was 10 billion a year to be spent for pandemic prevention and preparedness. So while we should celebrate, we should not declare victory, because this is a very small fraction of the funding that will be needed to be able to make a sustainable dent into the building the capacity, exactly the point that was being made by the previous speaker, to build the capacity to make sure the next time round we are better prepared. Second thing I would say is we now have this FIF. It's started up. we spent a fair amount of time trying to work out the governance structure, who's going to be on the board and how the board is going to be set up. All that is necessary. But we now need to move to be able to show some quick wins and results. Because if you want to increase the prospects of continued financing for this instrument, then in a year's time, in 2 years' time, we need to be able to show that it has started to make a difference in terms of demonstrating strengthened capacity for surveillance, pandemic surveillance, for other dimensions of pandemic prevention and preparedness. So let's go with the countries and partners where there are already projects that could help to advance this agenda and try to demonstrate early results. And that's the third point I want to make, which is that it's a small amount of money. And the whole design of it was that it would be a catalyst and it would leverage other kinds of funds, both national, domestic resources within the countries that would be better aligned with it, but also by leveraging, by making more concessional the financing that is available from the World Bank, from the other public development banks. And it's very important that we can demonstrate that leveraging concept as well, because otherwise, in an already crowded field with many instruments, what we don't want is that the fifth becomes just one more instrument for financing that works alongside but does not leverage and catalyze. And that's why I personally have been very happy with the fact that it ended up sitting inside the World Bank, which already has a very large program of pandemic prevention and preparedness as part of a broader health systems strengthening agenda. But we must now make a very conscious effort to demonstrate that that leveraging is taking place. And I think with the leveraging, with the early results, not just with the World Bank, but with the other public development banks, we'll be able to show the kinds of outcome that will then generate the virtuous cycle of additional funding, which will help us to get to levels of annual financing, which will make this a sustainable and real impact on pandemic preparedness for the next time around, recognizing that even with a tenfold increase, the amounts we're talking about are a fraction of what the cost will be if we have to endure another pandemic. So let me stop with that and look forward to the inputs and interventions of the other panelists. Thank you, Agnes.
Thank you very much. Masood. I think very, very important messages there. First is, with all the enthusiasm there is about this new pandemic preparedness fund, the fund is only holding 1.4, 1.5 billion, and that is only a fraction of what is needed in terms of investment. And we just have this exercise that Dr. Uma just conducted at Africa CDC, which shows that only for public health institutions in Africa, we're already talking about 1 billion. So there will need to be a coalition of investors, and this is what we are here. A coalition of public development banks, and we all need to think about how together we will mobilize the funding needed. And the second point is really the catalytic role. And I think there is a lot of enthusiasm in public development banks about the new fund because of that. Because it is located at the bank who is familiar with financial instruments that can foster blending, that can foster coalition of investors. And I think there is very much the hope that we will succeed together. Actually, this is not going to be only the success of the World Bank. It will have to be a collective success of all of us that this fund is indeed catalytic. Maybe let me immediately move to a very important member of the coalition of public development banks in the sense that it played an incredible role during the pandemic, which is Afrexim Bank. So let me turn to Mr. Kofi Asumadu-Addo, who is a director at Afrexim Bank. Afrexim Bank has been championing the response to COVID in Africa, designing an incredibly inspiring and powerful mechanism called AVAT, together with the Africa CDC, with a very forward-looking financing framework for vaccines in the countries of the Africa Union. Mr. Asumadu, how do you see the potential of PDBs for scaling up investments in public health infrastructure the way you did during the crisis, and foster collaboration on joint concrete health and social protection projects between regional banks, Public National Bank, and of course, together with the World Bank FIF?
Well, thank you very much for inviting us to share our experiences on what we did during the COVID pandemic period. Those of you who don't know the AVAT, Exim Bank worked closely with African CDC and African Union to respond to the COVID by looking at the continent-wide solution that will address the needs of the countries in Africa. And I must say, we even extended this solution to the Caribbean countries as well. So it was for Africa and for the Caribbean countries. What exactly did we do? Afrexim Bank leading the structuring, there was an entity that was set up to lead the procurement. So it became a continent-wide procurement. And we went ahead based on the aggregate of the requirements, placed the order on behalf of the continent. You cannot just place the order because at that time, everybody is chasing for the vaccine. And each and every one was on his own, and God was for us all. So Afrexim Bank, through the AVAT, then went in and issued a guarantee to the vaccine manufacturers, specifically to Johnson & Johnson, on behalf of the whole continent and that of the Caribbean countries. The good news is that once we went in to set up this structure and we decided to put in that guarantee in there, the issue of collaboration that you are mentioning came in. I must mention that World Bank came in. I must mention that MasterCard Foundation also came in to provide significant support. Other development finance institutions, I must mention AFD, Nexi from Japan, KFW, all came in. What World Bank decided to do is that the obligations of each of the countries where they have an issue and they are unable to fund, they seek approval and then they take over the guarantee obligation from the bank. Through this, the continent was able to be certain that they were also going to get the vaccine that their citizens require. And it has been one of the powerful collaborative instruments and the measures that we have put in place to address this. And we expect that going forward, these kind of issues will be necessary. I'm mentioning that the collaboration has been powerful and it's important because if you are to respond to the health needs, it is not a one institution issue. It requires collective action. And I'm happy to learn what is being done at the World Bank level where the Global Response Facility is being put in place. The continent still needs health solutions, as the CDC mentioned. Systems and structures, strengthening them are key, but it requires resources. When you look at the paucity of the health infrastructure on the continent when the crisis hit, that is where you realize that development finance institutions, we have a lot of work to do. The countries need the facilities. How do you do it? For Afreximbank, we have taken further steps. In addition to supporting the public health infrastructure needs, helping member countries to also get the necessary health facilities and the rest, we are also looking at building centers of excellence across the member countries. We are leading the sponsorship, but we have received huge support from private sector coming in to help us to build these centers of excellence. When we are looking at not only helping the continent to have the quality health infrastructure, but also help the continent where there's the need for health instead of traveling abroad for certain health services. These kind of centers of excellence will be able to respond. The bank is working with King's College London to do these centers of excellence. I think 2 weeks ago, we cut the sword in Abuja, Nigeria, to open the first centers of excellence. As I mentioned, when we appeal to various institutions, the private sector, the kind of response that are coming is key, which means that if we put the right systems, right structures in place, we will get the required support to get it done. Development finance institutions, we already have structures there. What I think we need is partnership. Working in silos, in my view, is not the way forward. We need to collaborate. We need to work. We need to, sometimes when it comes to issues of health, the bureaucracies, we need to bring some element of flexibility in the way we respond to things. And I believe if we are able to do that, the sky will be our limit. Issues of concern that we've been always talking about, we will be able to address it. I will end here if there's any I can add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think very, very inspiring how during the pandemic, new actors such as Afreximbank have really stepped up to the plate and now are really opening fields for further investments. And I also note your call for coalitions and collaboration. We will only be able to address that investment agenda together. Let me turn to Dr. Anand Morsi from the UN ECA, and you've also played a very important role in that response to COVID and the coalition of institutional actors around the Africa Union. You've been long calling for more cooperation between international donors on the issue of health and extended to social protection in health. What are the key needs you identify now to enhance the leveraging power of public development banks in this agenda?
Thank you. A pleasure to be with all of you, and very much enjoyed the discussion and the insights of colleagues on the panel. The needs in Africa, especially on the health side, are huge. Africa bears 24% of the world disease burden, and diseases that are actually treatable like HIV, tuberculosis, malaria constitute great percentage of this. There is a lot that can be done to actually help in that side. And also, given the composition and demographics of the continent, this is a young and getting even younger and growing fast. The health needs and health spending will be also growing fast. At the same time, we have seen that health spending have not grown average about 5% of GDP and have not really been growing much over the last 2 decades. So there are huge needs. I think we have seen also, as you mentioned earlier, the role of the public development banks evolving with the pandemic. So even though before the pandemic, these entities used to focus more on small, medium enterprises, agriculture, housing, we've seen the agility of them coming to help within the pandemic. And I think this is perhaps an element that we need to pay attention to in terms of the ability of these institutions to evolve also and support the recovery going forward. So it will need, their support will need to move from the focus of the procurement, for example, of medical supplies, to actually the development and supporting the development of a resilient supply chain of medical products and pharmaceutical. So I think there can be a very important role going forward of the public development banks, particularly in terms of innovative financing mechanisms, and in addition to that, issues of equity, providing guarantees, technical assistance, credit enhancing instruments. This will be very critical. Providing long-term capital will be key, and also the issue of becoming a catalyst that we've been talking about. I think that's the most important issue here going forward. It's not just even the best that they can do. The resources they can bring are limited. What really brings the scale is their ability to act as a catalyst to attract other financing and investment. So that will be key going forward, and that can be, enhanced through pooled investment vehicles, guarantees, using things like first loss guarantees, considering development impact bonds, and really focusing also on this issue of the health supply chain and the pharmaceutical manufacturing. I think the continent has a huge potential in these areas, and we need to really kind of use the momentum and all what we have gone through over the last few years as an impetus of really moving forcefully in that direction. In addition, there are also issues about, in general, I think the need to move from just humanitarian approach that, relies on grants to a more sustainable and scalable. And that's really in the direction of what we were discussing earlier, because that would be, we need a model and a system that can be sustained going forward and is not just based on the concessionary elements, but based on attracting investments and offering products that can actually enhance the crowding in of private sector. And another area I think also that would be very useful for public development banks to pay more attention to going forward is the issue of logistics infrastructure of and distribution of pharmaceutical within the continent, in addition to what we discussed. Perhaps just as an illustration to just put in context the potential for a population of 1.3 billion in Africa. We currently have 375 drug manufacturers, and for similar population in China and India. In China you have 5,000, and in India you have 10,500. So you can see that, in proportion, we have a long way to go. And a lot can be done in that area. I think the good perhaps also issue to mention is the potential that the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement brings, and how we can leverage that not only to develop within countries but across the regions. And I see that you came to the screen, so I'll turn back to you. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you, Dr. Morsi. As the chief economist of ECA, you really hit the nail in highlighting the chronic underinvestments in health in the Africa region, particularly public investments, which has actually declined as a share of public expenditures over the past years. And you outlined a very rich and ambitious agenda. There is a lot to do to develop the domestic health industry and institution and the institution building agenda. Let me move quickly to Priya Basu at the World Bank. Mrs. Basu, the fifth is generating a lot of hope that it will help address the system weaknesses. You heard it from here. We are all talking about the fifth. And there is a lot of hope that it will scale up impact for beneficiary countries. How will the World Bank work with other IFIs to leverage the firepower of public development banks and foster co-financing of projects? How can PDBs best contribute in your view? How can we join you? And can the FIX members help FIF become a massive financial instrument for global health, which we all are wishing for?
Well, thank you, Agnes, and thank you for the invitation to join you today. As my previous co-panelists mentioned, COVID really showed us how ill-prepared the world was to face a pandemic and the massive investment needs. I should point out, though, that Africa was really a shining example. The Africa CDC, AVAT, Afri-Exim Bank really stepped up and I think showed us, gave us some very important lessons on how regions can play, regional institutions can play a really important role, and we were thrilled to be able to support that and to work with AVAT and with Afri-Exim Bank and with the Africa CDC. As the other co-panelists have mentioned, investing now in pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response really can not only save lives, but also save financial resources for the years to come. And I think COVID really has highlighted that, and it's made the investment case for us of the importance of investing now in PPR, as Dr. Uma highlighted in his remarks. And the high-level independent panel that was co-chaired and supported by CDG and by Dr. Masood Ahmed really made that case for a new dedicated financial intermediary fund at the World Bank to support PPR. So we're thrilled that we've now established the fifth. It was formally launched and established on September the 8th. The governing board of the fifth met for the first time on September 8th and 9th. It's in fact had 2 meetings now. A very engaged group. We spent a lot of time designing the governance and kind of overall arrangements, and now we are ready to move to the next phase, which is operationalizing the fifth. I'm really honored to be the executive head of the secretariat of this new fifth hosted by the World Bank. The objective of this fifth is to finance critical investments for strengthening PPR capacities at country, regional, and global levels with a focus on low and middle income countries. It's been pointed out that the needs are enormous, and what we have right now is $1.4 billion. But I'm happy to say that we have more investors that are willing to and have expressed interest to join the partnership. So we're looking forward to growing the fund, but as of now, it's a partnership of 22 donors that include 19 sovereign donors and 3 philanthropies. Plus, of course, the sovereign co-investors, as we call them, which is the countries that could potentially benefit from the fifth, civil society organizations, the World Bank, a group of other MDBs, the WHO, UNICEF, FAO, global health institutions like the Global Fund, Gavi, CEPI, are all partners. And we're looking forward to this so-called collective. It really is a partnership. Let me focus on kind of 3 key elements, which I hope will address the question you raised, Agnes. So 3 key principles guiding this fifth are coordination, complementarity with existing institutions, and catalyzing additional resources. So I call them the 3 C's of the fifth. In terms of coordination, this fifth seeks, it's not a new institution. It's not going to crowd the already crowded global health architecture, but rather it's going to promote coordination across existing actors at the global, regional, and national levels. It's going to complement the financing of existing institutions. So every dollar of grant financing that the fifth will provide will actually be channeled through what we are calling implementing entities, but they're really the financial intermediary, the channels for financing, and those are MDBs, UN agencies, and other global health institutions. And we will be growing this group of intermediaries. And then the aspiration is that every dollar of grant financing that the fifth provides will actually catalyze additional financing. It will catalyze this financing through the co-financing that our implementing entities will bring at the project level. And it will also seek to catalyze financing from other sources at the project level, and those could be, bilateral agencies. Those could be other players that are engaged at the country level and at the regional level. And every dollar of grant financing seeks to also incentivize countries themselves to invest, hopefully, in this agenda. This is a long-term agenda. It's an intergenerational agenda. So through the blending of grants with the loans that MDBs and other agencies provide, we hope that this will be an incentive for countries to take on more financing for PPR and also kind of bring in their own commitments. Hopefully, even though 1.5 billion is a small amount given the larger needs, we should look at this amount in terms of the grant financing that will catalyze much more financing from various actors at the project level. In terms of the aspirations, kind of in terms of the scope, first and foremost is strengthening country level capacity, enhancing PPR capacity and capabilities at the country level through strengthening national health institutions and strengthening kind of capacity for disease surveillance, lab systems, national health workforce capacity, community engagement, emergency communication and management, then also building capacity at the regional levels. In some of these areas, aggregating surveillance, reporting, information sharing from country to regional and then global. Regulatory harmonization, and also building capacity for coordinated development, procurement, and deployment of critical medical countermeasures, as was mentioned, vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, and essential medical supplies, so that the world does not face the kind of inequities that we faced during COVID. So the scope is very much to prevent, prepare, and contain, to build capacity to prevent, prepare, and contain, so that then when the pandemic does hit, hopefully, these countries are much better prepared, and so the cost of response becomes lower, and that response can be done in an effective manner. As I speak, we're now working to identify what the priorities will be for the first call for proposals, which we hope to announce by the end of this calendar year, or at the very latest by early in the next calendar year. This will be the call for proposals from countries and partner organizations seeking funding from the fifth. And then we hope to be able to allocate the first round of funding by the middle of next year. So stay tuned, and we're very much looking forward to working with this coalition, with NDBs, with PDBs, and the first call will outline the kinds of criteria that are required. But be rest assured that kind of the areas that you are focused on, which is co-financing, catalyzing, blending. These will be first and foremost in the design of the call. So thank you very much again, and I hope I was able to answer some of your questions.
Thank you very much, Priya Basu from the World Bank, and a lot of information about the fifth and what we together can do for this to be a success in terms of all together building a coalition of investments in public health infrastructure. We still have two people we really want to hear from, and let me turn to Rodrigo Salvador, who represents the Asian Investment Bank. And my question to you as Director General of AIB is that how do you see the collaboration between multilateral development banks and PDBs in this area? And the impact these players can have, particularly in addressing the health infrastructure gap that you are known for.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Agnes, and thank you to all the brave ones in the room at this point, right? So, thank you very much for staying late. So I will keep it quick, and again, it's a great panel. I will say, for me, at the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, it's actually great to see the eagerness of the bank to get into health, right? I think that, this is a global challenge, and the more the merrier, right? At the same time, again, the bank has been initially very focused on physical infrastructure, but understood that there is no way you're going to continue financing physical infrastructure if you don't actually focus on social infrastructure, right? Because if you don't focus on social infrastructure, there's no going to be infrastructure that you're going to be able to finance. So this is actually demand-driven, it's client demand. But at the same time, what we don't want to do is to play bumblebee soccer, right? So you throw the ball and everyone goes there and everyone. I think that the best that we can do as a bank is actually focusing on what we know. So we are not going to try to become, the World Health Organization, the Global Fund or anything. What we have is a scale and capital, right? And what we can do is actually that. So I think that, my way of looking at these things is actually coordination. I think Priya was saying, right? Like you have to complement and coordinate and complement. So we know what we can bring, right? So we don't want to imitate others. And I see in health, my previous life was at the Gates Foundation doing health, and also at the African Development Bank. But I think that a lot of institutions trying to do everything, and you cannot do everything. I think that we need to be much more as a system, right, as an ecosystem working on this. One specific thing that I think that the PDBs can do for us, right, and I think for everyone, is they are closer to the issues. They are closer there, right? We have a bank, we don't have a country office in every organ. We don't want them, right? But we don't want, what we want is actually the pipeline. So to me, the PPPs is about pipeline, pipeline, pipeline. So if we can have, the national development banks helping us to source that in coordination, right, and collaboration with the health institutions, for us is what we want to do. So in my mind, the message is, the shortage of capital, we can bring that and unlock that. I was saying catalytic, right? But again, we all need to play our part. And hopefully, right, again, the FIB is a great example. What we don't want is actually now $1.4 billion divided into 50 parts, right? So hopefully we can get our act together, and when that call of proposal actually, is done, is saying we are going to focus on a few places where we can actually work together. Because otherwise it's going to be a hunger game, right? And nothing is going to actually, not like even $10 billion, as Masoud was saying, will actually be, enough.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I really kept you, the next speaker, for the end, because I think he's the one who's going to bring the conclusion. So let me give the floor for the last intervention. Is going to be our concluding intervention to Dr. Jitinji Jihahi, who is the Group Chief Executive Officer of AmRes Health Africa. And Jitinji is somebody who has worked all his life as a not-for-profit health sector leader in Africa with this great organization that AmRef is, with both a service provider in many countries of Africa as well as an advocate. And you've been very active in actually advocating for more investments in the health sector. So we would very much like your views, having witnessed the crisis, the pandemic, having witnessed the response and the actors. What do you think should be our next steps?
Thank you very much. And I'm really used to being in meetings where we are just health policy makers, but now I'm in the midst of bankers. So I feel like I'm addressing a different issue here, the same issue but differently. And I think therefore, as I listen to prayer, I have changed my conversation to actually challenge prayer and challenge the FIF on thinking of how we should do things differently. And I hope prayer can still hear me. So what I would like to propose to the FIF is to rethink the implementation framework, which the FIF has picked up to do it through UN agencies and all these kinds of things. That is the beaten path. And I'm thinking that probably the FIF should reorient itself and implement through the PDBs, and I'll explain why. And really the underlining word here is catalytic, that actually the FIF should be catalytic, should not follow the beaten path. I'm glad, Priya, you're still here. So I hope by the end of my submission I can convince you why I mean this, that we should follow, the money should follow these guys. Now, the first thing I want to do is just mention about health services in Africa, and I think my senior, Dr. Ahmed Ogwell, who is leading Africa CDC, talked a bit about this. Health access in Africa is still under 40%, and some of us think it's actually much lower than that. You know, that is availability. When you add demand, we've seen what happened with the vaccines. We are somewhere around, not even 20%. So we would say that health services are very, very low. Second is, how are these funded? They're financed on a model, of course, doesn't apply to every country, but you'd say 30, 30, 30. If you just looked at where we are now, Cote d'Ivoire, $75, about $24, $25 is from the government, another maybe a similar amount is from donors, and the other amount is from out of pocket. So we are talking about $75. Even if you increase that, I can tell you, public financing, because of the low fiscal space, the government funding will not go very far. On average, $50, $60. So we have a problem with the fiscal space. We don't have adequate money. So where does the 30, 30, 30 go? The government money, the 30% goes to pay health workers. So the health workers are paid by government. Most of the money, 70% of that will pay health workers. A little amount remaining will pay health technologies and products. Then out of the public, out of pocket, it will largely go to health products and commodities for chronic care. Because there is no funding there. There's no funding for hypertension, diabetes, and cancer. And the other 30% of donors is actually going to commodities for infectious diseases. That's where the money is going. Now, without taking too much time, I want to just reflect that if you are just to put Gavi, the Global Vaccine Alliance, and the Global Fund together, the total expenditure in the last 20 years is about $60 billion. In the last 20 years, for just those two institutions. $60 billion. What did I say? Most of that money goes to commodities, because that's what these institutions are able to count. Goes to buying vaccines, buying mosquito nets, buying rapid diagnostic kits for malaria, and the other things. Most of this, I would say 99%, and we saw this during COVID, that most of this is actually imported into the continent. The continent itself has not built capacity to manufacture these. It has capacity, but the multilateral funders have not found a mechanism to purchase from the countries. So the vaccines, 99% of them are imported, the mosquito nets are imported, the RDTs are imported. The question I'm raising here, and this is a question that's really critical to how the PDBs can come in, is, imagine if part of this $60 billion, which majority of it is products and technologies, was actually sourced from Africa. What role would it have played to build institutions like Africa CDC, manufacturing capacity, and actually we would not be where we are now, because 20 years ago, if we had actually sourced from the continent, malaria, mosquito nets, so we would have had enough capacity to build, to actually develop our own PPEs. When COVID came, we had no PPEs. We had to go to the country. Develop diagnostic kits. We had to wait. Africa CDC did a lot of work importing, diagnostic kits from outside. Vaccines. The case I'm making is that we can actually create a tripartite partnership where the domestic resources build regulation, the PDBs build manufacturing capacity, and the grants that are coming to purchase provide a market. This is really the partnership we need to build. And this is why I'm saying, if the catalytic fee fund can go through the PDBs, then they come in and say, we are going to catalyze and bring in, mobilize domestic resources from government and private sector to ensure we build institutions and to ensure we build manufacturing capacity through better regulation. We don't have to wait for WHO to actually approve our commodities. We can create our own stringent regulatory authorities, and I see Ahmed nodding. Then the PDBs bring their donor money, their debt through concessional debt, and then we create a market through grants by forcing Gavi and Global Fund to purchase from Africa. We can actually solve this problem and not have to wait another 20 years to have another crisis that we cannot cater for. That's my proposal. Priya, think about FIF going through the PDBs. Think about putting Global Fund and Gavi on the table and making, we are going to catalyze the market, but we must make sure you purchase from those markets. And then the PDBs bring in the money to enable private sector to do the manufacturing. I think it's a winning formula.
Thank you, Gigi. That's a powerful way forward. And I think this is going to be the conclusion of this, that we are all going to continue. I mean, Gigi is offering Priya to continue this conversation. I think at the board of the FIF, if I understand well. And we will all, thank you, all of you, for joining this conversation. It's been quite amazing. I think we will use this conversation to move forward in this debate and continue to build this coalition. We are together. We're going to make this fund to be catalytic, and we are going to be sure that we invest in country institutions and country capacity. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Et merci à vous également, Agnès, pour ce panel que vous avez qualifié d'amazing. Et moi, je dirais que non seulement il a été amazing, mais cette journée...
Not only was this day a great day, it is the first day of the summit that is taking place in Abidjan, the capital of Côte d'Ivoire. We thank you very much. And we thank those who were following this discussion in the room and by distance. And we thank you for your interest and your passion. So we'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. And tomorrow the theme will be two sides of the same coin. Thank you again and see you tomorrow.